in the performative act of living knowledge, the opposition between the object and the knowledge about it disappears. To know something, in this sense, means nothing else than to be what one knows, or to live its own life. In his essay on knowledge and being from 1928, Frank sharpens it up even more. We have being primarily not through our cognition, but through our being itself. We have being because we are in being. That is, not sub modo cognoscendi, but sub modo essendi. In this way, Frank arrives at what could be called transcendental pragmatic metaphysics. His transcendental philosophy turns out to be not only Kantian epistemology, but epistemological metaphysics. Frank himself makes it explicitly clear that Kant's transcendental question must be ontologically radicalized. Thus, the conditions of possibilities cannot only be epistemologically postulated if there is something real that necessarily presupposes it. And that is to make use of the principium rationis sufficientis, which means that any factual existence must be sufficiently grounded. Thus, the undeniability of living knowledge supports strongly that its necessary conditions of possibility are realized and not just hypothetically claimed. In this line, you may see the important contribution to philosophy of the Augustinian si enim fallosum or the Cartesian cogito ergo. If I am undeniably there when I'm performatively knowing that I am, then there is reality as such, as its necessary condition. And on top of that, absolute nothingness is necessarily impossible. Or as Samuel Frank puts it, cogito ergo est esse infinitum, or absolutum. Therefore, the living knowledge of my own finite existence guarantees the being of the absolute as its necessary condition. Let us recap what the core elements of Samuel Frank's metaphysics of the absolute are. Frank works out living knowledge as a grasping experience of my being real. That represents a limited partaking form of reality. As such, it transcends conceptual knowledge as its necessary condition. From that, reality as such is showed indirectly as the ontological reason or ground of transcendence. Analogous to the Anselmian id quo maius cogitari nequit, that is at the same time maius quam cogitari possit, the concept of reality is a self-transcending one that is essentially more than can be grasped conceptually. With conceptual knowledge, it is only indirectly accessible through a transcendental reflection. But in living knowledge, we are ourselves a transcending part of it. There is no possibility to get further on with conceptual distinctions, so one could think of reality as such, as the ultimate condition. But Frank himself remarks in Reality and Man that this would be a form of pantheism, even though an intellectually sophisticated variant of it. In its broad generality, as the common ground of being, reality as such is still missing core aspects of what the spiritual quest strives for. Remember the term pravda as the aim of the Platonic quest. Last sheet. What is aimed for is the unconditional condition of reality. That means no preconditions, no limitations, no constraints or restrictions. Reality as such just seems to be the ontological ground, but it still misses the personal component of the spiritual quest. It would be more like a common metaphysical principle, what is not strictly wrong. Indeed, it cannot be conceptually distinguished from the unconditioned one which we are seeking for. But Pravda, with its double aspect, still means more. Analogous to the Platonic idea of goodness, Frank sketches Pravda as the self-communicating claim to be a part of reality. One could think of Boethius with his definition of the good as bonum diffusivum sui at this point. This is a common communicating claim. The German term Anspruch combines the connotations of aspiration, addressing or appeal to, and urgent demand, as well as personal request. From this line of thought, Frank looks out for the unconditional condition of freedom, which could only be located at a personal call of conscience. In German, he calls it das Gesollte. Finally, the primordial ground of reality must be at the same time the primordial ground of personhood. It cannot be less than a person, to speak with the words of Paul Tillich. Rather, it must be more than only a finite person. Frank calls it Ur-Du, the primordial thou. From Frank's point of view, not until now, we crossed the border from philosophy to religious theology. With the word God, we arrive at the lyrical, dramatical dimension of personal life that cannot be generalized in philosophical terms. The personal experiences of God with me in my personal life story need not completely silence the philosopher, but at least this talk ends here. So I thank you very much for your patience and I'm looking forward for your questions.
Thank you. We have 5 minutes for question.
Наши нет, мы партнеры с НЦР, но они под нашими логотипами работают. То есть они зарплату уже от нас получают, они не могут самостоятельно. Да. Работают их.
Oh, maybe later.
Через нас, потому что они вообще не могут.
Our next speaker is Karolina Fiutak. Yes. Welcome.
Thank you. First of all, Sister Teresa is sending to all of you best wishes and greetings.
До свидания. До свидания. Пока.
Okay, I have no presentation. The title of my talk is to see the unknownable phenomenological inspiration in the work of Frank. So I would like to show some very interesting similarities between the philosophy and thinking of Frank and Husserl. To do that, I have chosen one element that Husserl was describing as one of the main problems in phenomenology, that is love. Husserl is writing. Love in the real sense is one of the main problems of phenomenology, and not in the abstract detail and isolation, but as a universal problem. So now the question, but what means this love in real sense he's talking about? For sure, it points out that there are different types of love. But here we are interested in this real love. But what means real love? Frank was very inspired by one poem of Goethe. This poem is named Blessed Longing, but the first title that Goethe was giving to this poem was Self-Sacrifice and Fulfillment. This is a very interesting information, very important, because the last stanza of the poem is, and as long as you don't have that, just die and become. You're only a gloomy guest on the dark earth. I would like to stress out here this die and become moment, because the love that Husserl and Frank are showing in their thinking is firmly connected with this dying and becoming. It is the highest form of love, because it is love that grows out of self-sacrificing and finds his end in the highest of self-fulfillment. That is for Husserl in the ethical God in me or me in God. Frank was writing, in itself, love is already a mystery. The lover giving himself in self-forgetfulness and self-denial to the loved one transfers the center of his being to the loved one and abdies in the loved one just as the loved one abdies in the lover. I lose myself in the thou and thus acquire myself. Here in the English translation, we have this word loss, losing myself, and the thou. But reading Frank, we can say it's more a giving. So not I lose myself, but more I give myself. So we can say the self-sacrifice is self-giving in relation to another, towards thou, transcending to thou. Husserl is describing something that is very similar. He's saying that the lover is not losing himself in love, but in a special way, he's living in the loved one, and the loved one is individual, unique to the lover. Husserl shows that the lover gets something back from the loved one. That is beauty. So we can say that the human being is not beautiful by itself, but his beauty comes from the loved one. Frank is saying also, maybe this is important to say, that when I give myself to the loved one, I get back more real I. And I realized more that the loved one. But who is this loved one? The other one in the deepest sense. Frank says, let us imagine that the beloved thou is complete free of the subjectivity, imperfection, and limitation that are characteristic of every human being, and that in one way or another are taken into account by the lover. This is precisely the way in which we experience the thou of the absolute primordial ground, the thou of divinity. This is precisely the way in which I experience my God. Compared to him, I appear to myself as an absolute nothing. I express him as the creator of me, as the giving of life to me, as the awakening of me to life. His very essence is giving of himself. He is not only the loved one and not only the lover. He is love, creative love itself. God is love. So in the deepest sense, we can say the other is God, God that is pure love. He is the opposite of me. Frank calls God the complete otherness. God is everything and I'm nothing. In other words, everything that I am is given to me by the absolute love. It is important to underline here that this love is an individual love, an absolute unique love in the whole universe. God loves me in an absolute unique, not comparable to other way. This fact is for Frank one of the important ones. It is very interesting because out of this unique love grows up a unique ethic. That means that every human being is loved with an individual, not repeatable love, and out of this unique love rises up an individual ethic. This individual ethic is shown to the outside, to the world, by our acting. So love, ethic, and action needs to be understood as something that relates to each other. I will try to describe this better. Husserl is saying, what is special, however, is that the I is not only polar, centered inwardness, not just inwardness that provides meaning, value, and action out of itself, but that it is also the individual I, which is all its imagination, self-decisions, still has deepest center, the center of love in the excellent personal sense, the I, which in this love follows a call, a calling, an inmost call, who meets the deepest inwardness, the innermost center of the self, and is determined to new types of decisions, to new types of self-responsibility. Husserl is using here the terms call and calling. So from that love comes the call. This call is strictly personal, again unique, as the love that the human being is loved by. This call is calling me to a specific action that only I can do. This specific action I feel as something I need to do. Frank was showing in his book Unable this picture that even when two persons are doing the same, it's not the same because their calling is different. So the acting is also seen as differently, even if they do the same. What is interesting that this specified action can be seen by the world, the human around of myself, is something that is crazy, not rational. But for me, in my inside, I know that love is calling me to this from the outside, not understandable action. Frank would say, this is my being with God, my personal being with God. He describes this as follows. My being with God can reveal itself only from within, can illuminate itself only with its own inner light. Insofar as we attempt to illuminate it from outside, to project on it a beam of light from lamp of external objective observation, its genuine essence eludes us. In other place he writes, this complete otherness of God, his essential paradoxicality, shines through all being in its totality and distinctly illuminates in colors of imperturbability and paradoxicality, that concrete being of God-manhood, while we have in our inner life as the being of I with God. Compared to that, to all our being and to the rest of being in its totality, the genuine essence of my inner being as I with God or God with me appears to be something that contradicts common sense and accepted rules of behavior. It is always unto the Jewish established block and unto the Greeks foolishness. We can say that my meaning, my value, my action flow from this unique being with God, never from myself. From this being with God rises up the real I, how Husserl would say. He writes, the real I loves. It is lovingly devoted to its real goal. Real life is absolutely life in love. Husserl describes these values motivated by love as love values, Liebeswerte. He says every love value, every loving favor is fundamentally something other than a pleasure. The act of love, a love act, arises from the value of love, love value. Love values are not pleasure values. Love values require responsible actions. In other words, there is a call to the I, a call to a final decision that absolutely binds the I. The call is always an individual call, so that I that follows the call has absolute individuality. In addition, this individuality is also tied to individual, personal, unique norms. Frank showed also another very interesting point related to this, how Husserl was saying individual and personal norms. Frank writes, This uniqueness of me, myself, is manifested in maximal measure, in my being with the one who by his very essence is the unique one, by who nevertheless is special for everyone, but he is only mine, ineffable for others in the way he reveals himself to me. For this reason, this being cannot be explained by any general rule or law. In essence, every human being has his own special being with God. We can say that means that for Frank, his own special being with God is a grace-giving life with God. It is not life without law, but it's life above the law, carried out perfectly for the first time. The law is in the sense of universal norms or rules of behaviors. Once again, the law in the sense of universal norms or rules of behavior is overcome and completed by grace. Love, which essentially is always individual. We can see here clearly similarity of Husserl's love value and Frank's being with God leads to an absolute fulfillment of the real I. Both thinkers show that there is something that we can call individual law. This law is above the common law. It needs individual action to access this law. Husserl was describing that in this way. Every personal subject is an ethical subject, and as that, it has its own universe of ethical values and disvalues. But this ethical universe is not a private matter. All these universes are related to one and each other in the human community and form a single universal connection to which, according to the above, every subject is related, while each has a different designed universe, which is an immediate duty for this subject, is not for the other one, while the latter is ethically interested in this duty of the other and the fulfillment of duty. That what Husserl has called the ethical I or the real I, Frank has called the being with God or God in me, or later God in me. Sorry. So when Frank is saying, my love of God is only a reflection of his love of me, or more precisely, the reflection and revelation of God himself as love, we can say, with Husserl's terms, that all individual love values are reflections from love that is God. When we understand or acting in this special way, we can say that the fruits of our acting are changing the world, because through this individual acting, that is motivated by unique love values, the love of God is shown in the world. The fruits of this acting is God giving himself to the world. Husserl calls this world the God's world. Frank was writing, even external objective observations of life, of individual life, as well as of collective historical life, must affirm that the hidden life of man with God, inaccessible and incomprehensible to such observation, this hidden life, which is called religion or faith, is the most powerful, influential, and decisive factor in all of human life. Compared to that, Husserl was writing, faith is God's power. If I live in faith and I live in the direction of calling, God's power lives in me. So you can say that God's power is his love. Seeing it that way means that God lives in me. Here again, Frank's God in me. The goal of humanity is for both thinkers expressed in the God-manhood. To get there, unique self-giving love is needed. So love is the fundamental thing in the philosophy of both thinkers, a love that is reflection of God's love to me. For Husserl, phenomenology, the phenomenological method is not just a way to seek, or we can say, better is to say, I guess, wait for the truth. It is a method that changes the whole person. This die and become moment, he was describing this very similar. He was using the terms transcendental death, is needed to get to the transcendental birth. Here is the birth of the real I. So phenomenology leads us to an ethical I, to a real I, and in its depth leads the humanity to an ethical community, to the God-manhood. When we look at phenomenology in this great way, we see how close Frank's philosophy is to Husserl's. Seeing the unknown neighbor, seeing God, means you are able to see that he as pure love holds everything together, and that the world is in his goal is a God-manhood. Ending with Goethe, once again, I will quote the last stanza of his poem. And as long as you don't have this, die and become, you're only a gloomy ghast on the dark earth. We can say the human being that is growing through this die and becoming, going through this die and becoming moment, this unique self-sacrificing love that shows himself through the individual acting, is not just a gloomy ghast on the dark earth, but it changed herself to a diamond that reflects God's love and lights up the whole world. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Karolina. And we have some minutes for discussion. And I remember that Arthur had a question to Victor.
Yes, yes, I will repeat that one because we had some difficulty with the communication by then. So my question is simply this one, Victor. From which external point of view did you make, or do you make, your comparison between Leitane and Frank? So if you compare two systems of thought, I think you need to have an external position from which you make the comparison.
Yes, Arthur, thanks for a question. You see, my comparison can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Yeah, yes. I've been using the methodology, the comparative methodology in the history of philosophy. So I compare, and I developed this methodology in a few of my works here down in Ukraine. I compare these two thinkers from the point of their biography and from the point of their teaching as well. Their philosophical positions are compared on the grounds of their conceptions, so to say, yes, on their texts. So, for instance, we've got 3 Frank's books, which he is trying to express his philosophical position. The first book is The Object of Knowledge. Another one is The Unknowable. And the third one is the reality and man. I believe that the topic I try to treat cover these 3 books. Probably we can find some other texts by Frank, of course, but these 3 represent the, so to say, the condensed position. And the same we've got in Maritain. And actually, the problem for them is the problem of abstract knowledge. How the abstract knowledge is possible, how where is the limits of the abstract knowledge, what is knowable and what is unknowable, actually. So I try to compare from this point of view, from the point of the abstract knowledge. However, the difference for Maritain, first of all, his approach is to consider the degrees of knowledge, and as Maritain's comes out with the rather classical position, and he says about it in the preface to the object of knowledge that there is some kindred of him with German classical philosophy and so on. So I think from this point, if I rightly grasp your question.
Yes, I think you did very well, because I think this point that you mentioned about the problems of abstract knowledge, that's an external question. It's your question. And I would be interested to hear from you whether you have any conceptualization of your own that you can apply in this comparison.
Yes. I think it is probably not as evident in my presentation because it is really always with the presentations, very limited time, and we wish to say much more than the time permits. But I think if there will be a publication, there will be a bit different plan. And I think I will focus on the object of knowledge, of course, first as the object of rational knowledge, then as the object of supra-rational knowledge, and the third as the object of knowledge, as paradoxically it can sound, of the unknowable, or the unknowable as the object of knowledge, so to say. So I believe that is exactly what Frank did.
Yes, I agree with that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Maybe someone wants to ask a question or make a remark to Dennis or Karolina. Okay, Dennis.
Mr. Tadej Riffel would like to ask something.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for the opportunity. So, dear Dennis, thank you for your presentation. It was a great pleasure to hear that. I have a question concerning your thesis on the performative knowledge you said, because when we are speaking about transcendental and pragmatic metaphysics, this is something what is quite present in the history of philosophy, so pragmatism and transcendental philosophy. But when you are saying a performative knowledge, that is something different, and I would like to hear from you a little bit more on that point. So can you elaborate a little bit more? What do you think with that aspect, especially of performative knowledge, and is there any connection also with the biography of Frank? Thank you.
Thank you for your question. It's some kind of an interpretative project. I got myself to read Frank and his metaphysical intentions in that way. So the living knowledge he tries to articulate is distinguished from conceptual knowledge, but it is not a real distinction. So he says the distinction is the central core of conceptual knowledge, and we want the opposite of conceptual knowledge without making an opposite. It's the classical problem of Nicholas of Cusa. So he tries to focus on this living moment, that procedural, actual moment. And that is the point where I make the link to what is called pragmatic philosophy, and there lies a point within Frank's works too. He recepts William James, for instance, and looks at this, but he does not want to be a pragmatist because pragmatism is confrontative to metaphysics. It does not want to make metaphysics, there it has a gap. And but you can draw that line a little bit further with what I called a new form of pragmatism, the transcendental pragmatism, for instance, with Carlotto Apel and others. Dieter Henrich is one in Germany who tried to use it in metaphysics, not as an opposite to metaphysics. He wants to show that the results we get from transcendental pragmatic reflections are usable in metaphysics of an idealistic kind. And that is very close to what Frank does. And if you look at Bela Weissmar and Karl Rahner, you see so many similarities to what Frank does. You can put the object of knowledge next to Karl Rahner's Grundkurs des Glaubens, and it's very similar. And they didn't know each other. It's just because of their people they rely on, like Husserl or Hegel, Martin Buber, and so on. And this transcendental pragmatic moment is what I think is the special underlying insight that makes metaphysics of a modern kind possible, and that should be more elaborated in respect to what we have in that analytic tradition nowadays that tries to make abstraction the highest ideal. So maybe I caught what you asked.
Yeah, thank you for your answer.
I got a question myself, if I may, for Karolina at this point.
Yes.
Thank you for a very clear talk. I especially think of what your last point was, that the goal is to reflect God's love as a diamond. And if you look at Frank's work, there are a lot of points where he gets very close to Nicholas of Cusa, especially the God-manhood and the thought of the human being as a created God, the Deus Datus. So this lies in a line that leads to a theosis of some kind. And so I'm wondering if this goal to reflect God's love as a diamond can be put a step further. So you see, not just receiving the calling of God's love as reflecting it, but becoming yourself light that shines in darkness, to take that phrase from Frank's book. So we have to become ourselves love, and this is some kind of, I'm asking myself, a point in what you may see like the question of theodicy. Frank follows a lot in face of the evils of his times. So in analytic theology, they claim it soul-making theodicy. By our confronting with the evil of the world, we have to be like God and shining ourselves our love. So I'm wondering, would you see this as a further step for your presentation, maybe?
Yeah, this is very interesting. This presentation, what I have given, it's very interesting also. I'm like working on it right now, but it's also when you compare how this question of theodicy, how Husserl was seeing it, and how Frank was saying it, is also very similar. But once again, your question is if we can see see this becoming love not just something as the last step. Is it right? Have I understand it right?
Yeah, it's not just reflecting love, but to get some more like being love yourself.
Yes.
God wants other gods, if you radicalize it a bit.
Yeah, but it's true. It is this, yeah, because Frank is saying that this love that we are being is this reflection of God's love, because he's saying that we cannot be love without getting this love from God. Yeah, he's always saying that I by myself, I'm nothing. All that I can give to others is given to me by God. And yes, it's not only a reflection, but it is being love, because my existence is, this love is fundamental. I don't know if this is, but yeah, it is. It's not only a reflection; it's a being love. Yeah. Yeah, we can say that. I think it's Frank, when you read especially the Unable, you can see it. He describes this beautifully. There is a chapter where he is, I think it's God with us as love, and he describes it very beautiful. Yeah, but that's true. It's not like a reflection is, you can say it's more being love. This is the goal. Yeah. We have also many, yeah, it's very this topic with love, I think it's very interesting also when we are talking about Husserl, because in the last years of his life he was writing a lot about love. So yeah, when I read him and Frank, I have really this feeling that love holds everything together. Yeah, so thank you.
Thank you. Who wants next question?
Please, the microphone is off, so there is someone, Mr. Barber. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, my question is for Dennis. I enjoyed, well, thank you for all of your papers. I really appreciate it. Again, it keeps reminding me of how enjoyable and interesting Simeon Frank is, and stimulating. But I wondered, Dennis, you referred to the sort of tough-minded Anglo-Saxon view of these things, and you live in a different environment to me. And I wondered whether Frank's line of thought is much more kind of mainstream in Germany than it is in the Anglo-Saxon world, what does Simeon Frank say to today's academic world in Germany, let's say?
Yeah, that's a very difficult question. So I can only give a subjective meaning about this, and speak about from the point of my experience with the academical world here. So Frank is absolutely not mainstream in Germany, and his thought is closer to that of the phenomenological tradition that is not highly respected as I see it now. We cut down our faculties more to the analytical standard of the Western world, and it's very hard to present the insights of thinkers in a transcendental and phenomenological traditions in Germany. There are a few people who still hold up the flag, so it's not that already, and I don't think so that it will be, because I would say the existential impetus that you're asking for meaning is what grounds this tradition. You are really interested in philosophical questions and not just playing a rational game or something, or just making your money with your work. You are yourself a philosopher if you follow the lines of transcendental phenomenology. So I got hope for this, and it's really difficult to bring it into the discussion. So I try to break it down to the crucial points of methodology a lot. It's very hard, so you have to abstract from so many important thoughts with it. But my experience is that especially analytic thinkers of the great traditions of philosophy of mind or analytic theology are highly interested in such considerations if you put it down to terms they can understand, and where they don't have to read a lot of papers for it or books. So it's more a communicative task, I think.
Yeah, interesting. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next question. What we have to do next?
If there is no question, we will end this section, and
Okay.
the second will be yeah, the second section will be at 1 o'clock Russian time. So yeah, I invite you all, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Maybe if someone doesn't know and wants to go out of the meeting, there is a round circle red. You have to click that, and but you can also be online for the next session.
herself. There were lies. But she's a praying mother. Even though she was in a dry place, she knew God the desert. They were held captive by a victim of circumstance. Another child struggling, all for he believed God was doing it. That he was working behind them. Before they went to school, they would listen to our messages. Get the day started off in faith. For her son to go to college. His father in prison. They applied to colleges. They heard me talking about how God has happened to me. And something came alive on the letter in the back. Said, congratulations to Harvard University. He was the first African American how to make rhythm. He knows how to bring you out. God is doing it. Expecting God. Don't believe it, but set in motion something better. That doesn't mean talking like it's doing the right. He's already the right people, solution. The new thing, ordinary, would catapult you ahead. Say in any captivity. By the limit. Make rivers. God is saving.
Proszę, słucham? Witam. Tak.
Okay, hello and welcome everyone to the second section of our online conference. The chair has Mr. Randall Poole, but I don't see him. No. So maybe we just start this. The first is Iveta Leitane from Germany. Please, you have the word.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I cannot join with a camera. Do you hear me? Do you hear me?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to thank the organizers of this conference for inviting me to speak at a venue where so many experts on Frank are gathered. And it is a great honor for me. The exact title of my presentation is The Impact of Semyon Frank on Russian German Jewish Thought. It might sound strange to ask what impact Semyon Frank has had on Jewish thought and philosophy, especially if his early thought and impact on Russian Jewish or Russian German Jewish thought is considered. The prevailing view today is that even Semyon Frank's philosophical works, especially his thesis, Object of Knowledge, were not received in contemporary philosophical discourse and did not have any impact on contemporary thought. Nelly Motroshilova stated this explicitly in her short commentary in the recent German edition of Frank's Subject of Knowledge. But one can have doubts regarding the adjective as well. The impact on Jewish thought. Everybody who knows about Frank's attitude towards Judaism, especially after his conversion to Russian Orthodoxy, is aware that any impact he might have had on Jewish thought is either almost impossible or at least heavily restricted. After his conversion to Russian Orthodoxy, Frank didn't have any positive understanding of Judaism as such on sich. His use of the term Ветхозаветное, Old Testament, when relating to Judaism, reveals an imprecise definition of Judaism for which the Talmud is ultimately decisive and identity forming. The advantage offered by the term Ветхозаветное when referring to Judaism or to the essence of Judaism was that it allowed Frank to embrace Western and Russian strategies that give Judaism a legitimate place alongside the New Testament. Teresa Obolevich is the scholar who recently, in her article Judaic Motives in the Life and Works of Semyon Frank of the year 2011, addressed Jewish motives in Semyon Frank's works. On the other hand, the general importance of Semyon Frank in the Russian philosophical discourse at the beginning of the 20th century does not preclude the possibility that he, as a philosopher, might have exerted some influence on Jewish thinkers, those who took their Jewishness more or less seriously. His impact on the specifically Jewish topics developed by contemporary Jewish thinkers might have been peripheral. Frank influenced them, so to say, not in his capacity as a Jewish person, but as a thinking or philosophizing Jew. Frank's philosophy itself might be an unconsciously Jewish way of thinking, whatever this might mean. The testimony given by his wife in Berlin during their years in exile seems to affirm this. Nulich, Frank's nickname, speaks about his feeling that his kind of thinking is philosophically Jewish. He notices Jewishness in his character. Her memoirs were written in Berlin during the 30s. Frank's family left Germany in 1938 and testify to the intense identity struggles that were going on in the families of Russian Orthodox Jews in coming Nazi Germany. This aspect is very revealing, not only in the sense that the inner struggles of the philosopher are brought to light, because these can be gleaned from the reviews written by Frank, especially from his long review on Rosenzweig's Star of Redemption. Frank's remark about the Jewishness in his way of thinking also gives us the idea that there are inner contradictions, or at least the possibility of going into different directions of thought hidden in Frank's explorations. In other words, we might assume the existence of different strata in his thought. And yet the idea of Sejedinstvo, all unity that he embraced, the idea that there is a higher level of unity for everything, may disqualify this hypothesis. We will have to return to this. If we accept Frank's self-identification as a Jewish thinker, his impact on Jewish thinkers seems no longer impossible. And much more than this. Frank's impact can no longer be called peripheral for the thinking on either side, the giver and the receiver. We also have to take into consideration, as a third possibility, that the change in his attitude towards non-Christian religions, especially but not exclusively in his late works, his openness to Eastern religions, though not explicitly stated by him, might have allowed him to integrate Judaism as well. Was Frank referring to the Kabbalah when he talked about his Jewishness? Interestingly enough, Vladimir Solovyov recommended to Nikolai Minsky, who introduced the concept of meonism, meon, Greek for non-existent, to use the Kabbalistic concept of Ein Sof instead, as an expression of the absolute in its negative determination, naming this the idea fix of all Eastern contemplation. At first sight, this hypothesis seems to be less probable, but it can't be ruled out, because it was a kind of Christian Kabbalah which Solovyov embraced. However, we have to suspend the search in this direction right now, especially when rather Frank's early and middle period works are in the focus. If we wish to explore the motive of inner struggle, we could code it in a psychoanalytic way. But in this case, it would no longer concern us because psychoanalysis seems to be not philosophically relevant. However, this is exactly the way modern scholarship approaches the difficulty of complex Jewish identities in the modern era, namely with the help of psychoanalysis or of the postmodern logic of difference and with a bit of Jewish orthodoxy. Modern scholarship believes it necessary to document the pathological apostasy from tradition or orthodoxy in terms of sociology, political science, and private psychology. But it was no other than Frank who rejected psychoanalysis as an explanatory tool. He did recognize the metaphysical philosophy behind the explorations of psychoanalysis and rejected it. That means psychoanalysis, and much is being said about its Jewish roots, was not quite philosophically irrelevant for him, but too reductive as a tool of explanation. In his essay, Psychoanalysis as a Worldview, he is very clear about this. I quote, "Psychoanalysis did not cope philosophically with this treasure of deep spiritual life that it discovered. It is a typical example of contemporary consciousness. It rejects everything, the essence of which it cannot grasp, and tries to justify itself by ascribing the elusiveness to the mysterious depth of being." By the way, one can compare this stance with the evaluation given by Vysheslavtsev, whom Frank admired, in his review on Charles Richet, the religious, ascetical meaning of neurosis, to get the sense of some inversion of explanatory subjects in question. But in our case, the most important thing is to know what Frank meant when talking about his philosophically Jewish thinking. What are the sources of his understanding of Judaism as such when he talks about being philosophically Jewish? It is hardly a purely religious understanding. We get an idea of philosophical translation of the term Jewishness when we look at the articles he wrote. This includes such qualifications as God materialism, introduced and underscored by Vladimir Solovyov, whom Frank generally highly appreciated. It is explicitly mentioned in his review on Oscar Goldberg's study, The Reality of Old Hebrews, namely the orientation towards the future and the rejection of the present and the past in order to make room for protest or even revolution. The purification of the idea of God from all traces of mythology and overemphasis on the transcendence of God. Until 26, Frank reviewed some books written by Jewish thinkers, among them those by Aaron Gurland, Oskar Goldberg, and Franz Rosenzweig. But these reviews, positive in regard to Gurland, extremely critical in regard to Goldberg, and slightly but decisively critical in regard to Rosenzweig, seem to offer no new insights into the question what Frank might mean by his philosophical Jewishness. Frank's acquaintance with Martin Buber came later on. Frank mentions Buber together with Scheler and Ferdinand Ebner in his late work, The Incomprehensible. The fourth possible translation for Frank's philosophical Jewishness might be provided by the concept and the significance of the law in Judaism. Frank devoted several works and articles to the problem of law. His position could probably be qualified as more Jewish compared to the anomical stances taken by other Russian thinkers. A deeper exploration in this direction might be fruitful, but doesn't concern us here. A fifth possible translation of Semyon Frank's philosophical Jewishness is worth considering. Simply by being a Jewish convert to Christianity, Frank might have inspired the more consciously Jewish thinkers in Russia to re-examine their understanding of Judaism and to find answers. What I have in mind are not only answers to Frank's objections raised against Judaism, because his objections were more or less the classical ones and brought nothing new to the table, but also answers to his philosophical provocation to Judaism. The last two possible translations of philosophical Jewishness do not necessarily collide with each other and could be seen as complementary to each other. We have to say one last thing before we turn to the next part of the presentation. The one convert who might have had the greatest impact on early Frank was Georg Simmel at the University of Berlin. Georg Simmel, whose parents had already converted to Christianity, his father to Lutheranism, his mother to Catholicism, was received into a Lutheran church. During the years Frank spent in Berlin around 1899, Simmel offered several courses, among them a course on the philosophy of religion. Already in his early essays, Frank relied on Simmel, on his introduction to moral philosophy, and on his essay on Nietzsche. It was Simmel who gave Frank a better understanding of Nietzsche's philosophy. The influence of Nietzsche, whom Frank translated, could also be decisive for Frank's understanding and assessment of Jewishness. Nietzsche's book, Human All Too Human, contains the famous fragment on number 320, entitled Both Europe owes to the Jews. The fragment can be understood as a philosemitic model on the part of the philosopher. Nietzsche explains the history of Jewish suffering and admires the spiritual strength of the Jews, but fails to appreciate the intrinsic value of Judaism. Quotations from other works by Nietzsche are not rare in Frank's writing. He was enthusiastic about Zarathustra, a book that deeply influenced his decision to convert to Russian Orthodoxy. Another important Jewish convert was Max Scheler, who was baptized a Catholic. Quotations from Scheler appear early in Frank's work. Conversion was not uncommon in the spirit of those times and was seen as a real option, which is too often interpreted as happening out of pragmatic considerations. And what is important, it could also be expressed in philosophical terms, last but not least, using hard epistemology terminology. Now, what is meant by Russian-German Jewish thought, on which group of philosophers falls into this category? The Jewish literary production was made in several languages, not only in Russian, and often in one or more Jewish languages. The expression Jewish thinkers refer to people of Jewish origin who in one way or another had a relationship with their Jewishness. They typically studied Hebrew, the Bible, or even the Talmud in their youth, and referred to this knowledge in their works, or maybe they're targeted by anti-Semitism. The word Russian refers to the Russian language in which at least one work of the respective philosopher was written. In using the designation Russian-German, I refer to the authors who wrote at least a part of their books in Russian and German languages. The acquaintance with German and Russian cultural milieu and with thinkers of the respective country is also of importance here. Who were the philosophers whom Frank might influence? The following names come to mind first. Jakob Gordin, Aaron Steinberg, and Isaac Nachman Steinberg, all three born in Daugavpils, Dvinsk, then Russia, now Latvia. David Koegen, Shimon Davidovich, Sergius Hessen, Georg Gurvich, and maybe some others. The proportion of Russian writings differs among these authors. Before we turn to discussing reception, in only one sample case I selected, we have to talk about the influence Hermann Cohen had on Frank, because Hermann Cohen is the central figure for the most philosophers mentioned above. Semen Frank finished his thesis, Object of Knowledge in Germany, where he spent much time studying. In Object of Knowledge, Frank mentions and quotes Hermann Cohen's Logic of Pure Cognition and Marburg philosophy in general, no less often than Edmund Husserl's Logical Investigations, which Frank studied painstakingly before translating the first part of it. Approximately 10 quotes or references to Cohen can be found in Frank's thesis. How often does Frank agree with Cohen, disagree with him, or remain neutral? Most of the quotes actually show Frank's agreement with Cohen. The degree to which Frank agrees with Cohen varies between what I would call adapting Cohen's argument wholeheartedly, expressions, as is shown by Hermann Cohen. Partial agreement, like in some respects, valuable until close or even very close to our understanding. There are occasions where Frank criticizes Cohen, finds contradictions or even flaws in his works. Sometimes Frank embraces Paul Natorp's interpretation against Cohen, for example, his objection to infinite regress. I want to mention only those cases where Frank finds himself in full agreement with Cohen in the most important disagreement between them. Frank is fully with Cohen when it comes to understanding the concept of identity. Frank deems valuable Cohen's definition of negation. He sees himself in very close agreement with Cohen's understanding of time as anticipation and as a source of multiplicity. This agreement is related to the term Gattungseinheit. It's not easy to translate in English. With this in mind, we will now turn to Semen Frank's influence on Jakob Gordin. Jakob Gordin, a neo-Kantian thinker and a strong follower of Hermann Cohen, belongs to the second generation of neo-Kantian philosophers of Jewish origin. Even the title, the subject matter of his PhD thesis, The Infinite Judgment, is very similar to the title of Frank's book, Object of Knowledge. Gordin's thesis was published in 1929. This work was written under the auspices of the Academy of Science of Judaism in Berlin at approximately the same time when Frank's family was living there, and Frank was teaching at the Institute for Slavonic Languages of the University of Berlin, if I am right. As Frank's own thesis, Gordin's work was partially written in Russian. Gordin was inspired by the strong interest that his Russian environment took in the problem of judgment, where the work of Semen Frank played a seminal role as an opus magnum in the field. Gordin's thesis was met with very different kinds of reception during his lifetime and after that. And after the Second World War, Gordin was read only by experts on neo-Kantianism who, to a large extent, disagreed with him. Nevertheless, in the eyes of the experts, Gordin's thesis is, without doubt, I quote, one of the finest and most elaborate reconstructions of Hermann Cohen's judgment of origin, end of quote. I will come now to Gordin quoting Frank's Object of Knowledge in his thesis. It is very telling in which context and in which stage of the argument Gordin quotes Frank. One of these contexts is the very long footnote, one of the longest in the entire book, that concludes chapter 7, the logical structure of judgment. By the way, the function of footnotes in Gordin varies. Earlier parts of the thesis are moved into footnotes. Things not yet elaborated go into footnotes. Digressions occur in footnotes. Although Gordin ultimately criticizes Frank's approach, I quote, inevitably there is with him a certain distortion of the logical perspective in the problem of determination, which in Frank's works generally comes to the fore, end of quote. And now I quote, Okay. Nevertheless, Gordon drops a couple of laudatory predicates concerning Frank, whom he mentions sometimes together with Losky. For example, I quote, in extremely witty manner, he develops his teaching of the object of judgment, end of quote. Or, I quote, a deepened form of his teaching about the logical subject and predicate as basis and consequence, and of his combination as an expression of the principle of sufficient reason, end of quote. Or the last quotation, in Losky and Frank appears this above-mentioned teaching substantially deepened and developed, exactly in the connection as the proper object of judgment is conceived as determinability X, end of quote. These appraisals require explanation, as Gordon rather rarely qualifies other authors' works, approaches, and solutions as deep. A bit of statistic is in order at this point. Though Gordon mentions deepness and deepened developments from time to time in his work, he hesitates to apply the qualification of deepness to depth to persons. It happens to Solomon Maimon one time, Hegel one time, and to Frank alone or together with Losky 2 times. From which parts of Frank's work does Gordon quote him? The first is part 1, Knowledge and Being, with chapter 1, Subject and Content of Knowledge, and the second quote related to the part 5 on the nature of logical connection. These pages contain the densest formulations regarding his preliminaries for the understanding of the infinite judgment. Now to the problem. Gordon's work on the infinite judgment is a reconstruction of Hermann Cohen's judgment of origin. The reconstruction itself is very complicated. As Stolzenberg, the fiercest critic of this attempt, says, intrinsically laborious, in sich aufwendig. Stolzenberg says Gordon's work has an additional apologetic tendency. He wants to demonstrate the superiority of Cohen's transcendental dialectic origin over against Hegel's dialectics. However, he fails to achieve this goal. So far, Stolzenberg. Not all of Gordon's interpreters are that critical or skeptical, especially the Swiss school of scholarship on Hermann Cohen and Neo-Kantianism. I am only using this expression Swiss school for convenience because of the place where the head of the school, Helmut Holzheim, taught and where the Hermann Cohen archive was established. Especially the Swiss school discussed Gordon's work extensively. Scholars like Holzheim, Horatio Wiedebach, always with a look at Hermann Cohen's main philosophical proposal. Thus, 2 substantially different readings of this reconstruction in contemporary scholarship can be discerned. One reading follows Cohen's successor, Paul Natter, who considered Cohen's attempt to be unsuccessful. This reading was preferred by those whose field of expertise lies in the philosophy of Fichte and Spinoza, first of all Jürgen Stolzenberg. The other strand found Cohen's attempt meaningful but not sufficiently explained and a bit puzzling, and followed the interpretation offered by Hans Wagner and Dieter Adelmann. Amazingly, this created a new constellation that was twice as complicated than the original one with Natter versus Cohen. For the latter reading of Cohen, Gordon's attempt at a reconstruction was very much appreciated. The representatives of this school of thinking were accused by their opponents of dogmatically supporting Gordon's explanations. However, and we come to the point, even within this line of interpretation, we encounter a certain embarrassment. The chairman of the Zurich Hermann Cohen Archive, Hartwig Wiedebach, has recently subjected Gordon's reconstruction to a new critical examination. He found out that Gordon's interpretation of the role played by the law of contradiction as protection of the origin, Schutz des Ursprungs, deviates from the interpretation of his master. It follows a long quote and then some sub-quotes. So I'm saying the long quote begins. The law of contradiction is an element of thinking that provides our knowledge with the certainty of valid beginnings. What he means is the protective no to everything that opposes a clear, in itself identical content of our knowledge. The law of contradiction is a purifying act designated by Cohen as the judgment of contradiction. Gordon interprets the act of judgment as the establishment of a non-R as an independent content claim, as the extreme, and this goes beyond Cohen, the only embodiment of the absolute impossibility. If we had to accept the validity of the non-A claim, this would mean the impossibility of a regular content. Hence, the absurd would be positively affirmed. With the destruction of this claim, however, the impossibility of the content itself becomes impossible. We are faced with a double negation. Cohen's statement that the judgment of contradiction is the activity of judgment prompts Gordon to assign the negation of the identity judgment a secondary position. The negation is merely an activity, and as such, it is sharply differentiated. It is subquote, sharply differentiated from the activity of affirmation, which leads to the content as its result, end of subquote. Primacy belongs to the judgment of affirmation. Accordingly, quote, the judgment of negation only plays a subordinate, auxiliary role compared to the overall aspect of the determination of activity. Negation, which stands for destruction of non-A, is, according to Gordon, quote, a mere activity in contrast to the determination-generating activity of identity, which is, to a certain extent, the factually enriched activity of identity. The question arises, this is my question arises whether both accusations, embarrassments, are correlated to each other, namely, whether the identity-creating protection of the origin is related to the downgrading of the negation to mere activity. The question arises, can we see here Frank's influence on Gordon? I am convinced that this is the case. Gordon's early speech, Anthropodicy, at the Wolf Villa, given during his time in St. Petersburg, confirms that he understood activity not in any psychological way, and that he was well familiar with the accusation of psychologism addressed by adversaries, even to Cohen himself. And in this speech, he explicitly relies, though in a bit anecdotic way, on Semen Frank as a support. The expression mere activity is based on, or more precisely directed at Frank's ideally realistic reconstruction, which Gordon intended to render, so to say, more dynamic. Ultimately, is Gordon's critic Stolzenberg right when he noted the consistent dynamization of conceptual relationships? It was, quote, which he also related to Gordon's characterization of the copula is in the judgment SSP, or act of transforming S into P. Stolzenberg also denies any closeness to Hegel in this move, and Hegel appears to be Frank's opponent as well. We can finally talk now about Frank's understanding of Judaism as mentioned in the beginning. We said that Judaism as such, an sich, possessed no positive content for Frank. This doesn't exclude that Judaism did possess a positive content within a larger context. We also mentioned that Frank accused Judaism of nihilism. He never said that explicitly in early works, but he hinted at the inherent danger of nihilism in his early essay, Ethics of Nihilism, and suspected it lacking in Judaism, as revealed his review on Gurland, later on Rosenzweig. The essay is a critical analysis of the worldview prevalent among the Russian intelligentsia of this time. Gordon's appeal, we need to move on, and here I take up an early statement from his talk at Wolfela, with which he opposes the above-mentioned distortion, has to be understood as the appeal of a companion who is on the way together with the deep Frank. I come to the end.
Sorry, there are 2 minutes left, okay?
Yeah, 1 minute, yes, okay. Frank's conversion to Russian Orthodoxy coincided with his turn away from Judaism, which he saw in a similar way as Aaron Gurland, maybe a bit more radically. The relationship between Judaism and Christianity and the whole tragedy of the Jewish religious consciousness, I quote, could be explained, at least in parts, from this point of view. Frank's image of Judaism is doubtless subject to re-examination, but no matter what we think about Frank's intermediate diagnosis of Judaism, one fact remains: Judaism and Christianity cannot be understood in isolation from each other. Both religions form part of the tragedy, and both are affected by it at the same time. Although they have undergone and still undergo many transformations. This is the real mystery. This mystery might be also grasped through the epistemological categories used by the agents themselves. In this case, Frank, Gordon. Gordon learned that from Frank. Frank died as Russian Orthodox. Gordon's last words were sono hebreo, clad in the language of the erstwhile Marranos of Portugal. He was taken to Portugal for his last operation. And his last words can be interpreted as an attempt to take these Marranos back. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Iveta. Hello, everyone. My name is Randall Poole, and I was scheduled to chair this session, and I'm very glad to do so. And thank you very much, Iveta, for that first paper which opened the session so successfully. And so now it is my great pleasure to introduce our second presenter, Harry Moore. He is a doctoral student in theology at the University of Oxford, where he is concentrating on the history of Russian religious philosophy and the reception of German idealism. In particular, his interests include not only Semyon Frank, but Pavel Florensky and other Russian religious philosophers. Harry's talk this morning is entitled Object and Content in the Object of Knowledge, from Epistemology to a Revelation of All Unity. Please, Harry, continue.
Thank you very much, Professor Randall Poole, for your introduction. Thank you very much to Teresa Obelevich and the organizers of this conference. Can you hear me okay? Is the audio okay? Just nod, okay. Thanks. So I'm going to talk about Frank's philosophy according to his first major work, The Object of Knowledge, Предмет знания, which I think is probably his most philosophical work. I'm going to sort of lay out what I think he's trying to say in terms of his theory of predication, and then I'm going to bring in some critique that has been made recently, relatively, about Frank's theories, and then offer maybe some possible solutions to these critiques in the final part of the paper. Semyon Frank developed the philosophical foundations for his system in his 1915 master's thesis entitled The Object of Knowledge on the Foundations and Limits of Abstract Knowledge. This work forms the basis of the present analysis. I seek to show that despite its obvious issues, Frank's theory of the absolute has at least some philosophical warrant. I will first analyze Frank's theory of predication. The latter concludes that we have access to an all-embracing absolute simply because such an absolute is a necessary condition of predication. I will first present Frank's argument before considering the serious philosophical problems into which it falls. I will then suggest some possible solutions to these problems based on the possibility of meaningful discussion of the unknowable or absolute being. For Frank, knowledge is always directed towards an object, предмет. As Frank writes in The Object of Knowledge, quote, in any knowledge we find a directedness, направленность, towards a certain something, which in virtue of this directedness is the object of our knowledge, end quote. This object is to be distinguished from the content of knowledge, first characterized by Frank as a capturing or the recognition in this object of certain determinations, end quote. The object is, more precisely, that about which we speak, whilst the content is what we speak about the object. Therefore, the content is the propositionally determined, whilst the object is simply that which is being determined in this sense. So this leads us to the act of determination itself, or of drawing content from an object which lies beyond that content. And this is formalized by Frank as A is B. This is the foundation of all propositional logic, but the question that Frank raises here is whether this formula really represents the object, the authentic object of knowledge, or the truly indeterminate, the that about which we speak. Frank conceives three options, first of all, for adequately identifying the object of predication. Firstly, the object could simply be the logical subject of the proposition, as opposed to the logical predicate of the proposition or judgment. This is the position which is happily assumed normally in formal logic, but is problematic in Frank's view for the following reason. Since Aristotle, the rules of propositional logic states that A cannot be not A. B, however, is precisely not A. It thus follows that A cannot be B. In other words, the sort of exclusive self-identity of A forbids any predication at all. And it's worth noting that predication for Frank is understood quite broadly as any sort of is statement. In light of this issue, Frank turns to a second option. The object A could be considered as already connected with B, contained in B, or A qua its relation to B, which would be more accurately represented as AB. This would give us the proposition AB is B. This is also a problem for Frank, since the option would be a meaningless tautology, or a repetition of the predicate in the subject, a simple identity statement. Frank rejects this option as purely meaningless. If A was always already connected with B, then there would be no new knowledge in saying AB is B. The new content would be identical with the assumed object. So, having discarded these two possibilities, Frank turns to a third option to try and identify the object, the indeterminate object. Frank here suggests that the object is A, but in its connection with something else entirely, some complete other. This does not mean we imagine A in its connection with particular defined terms, B or C, etc., but with the other in general. As Frank writes, quote, "And so the object of a judgment, that about which is spoken in our judgment, that it is B, is neither an isolated A, nor already connected with B. But then in what does the object of knowledge consist? The solution is obvious. It is no pure A, neither an A in its relation with B, but rather A in its connection with something completely other. С чем-то иным вообще, he says. This is represented symbolically by AX. So Frank replaces A is B with AX is B. This formula represents the fact that we can only consider A in relation to the undetermined X from which it is abstracted, and it is only then that predication is possible. In virtue of the fact that B is then abstracted from A, both A and B are in turn abstracted from the same source, from the same indeterminacy. This now gives us a new formula. X, this initial indeterminacy, is AB, because it's both A and B. Once we substitute B for not A, we realize that there is a contradiction here. A is both A and non-A. And Frank accepts this contradiction. He says, still more precisely, X both is and is not A, both is and is not A. And that's why he refers to the undeterminate as metalogical, and also coincidentio oppositorum, like in following on from Nicholas of Cusa. Frank also understands this prior potential. It's also a potential as well, out of which A and B first arise, as completely preconceptual and endlessly inexhaustible. And inexhaustibility is an important concept which Frank uses to explain this indeterminacy. He uses the example of quicksilver or mercury, for example, is really a moment of a greater whole which is not exhausted by the definition quicksilver. Only because of quicksilver's multifacetedness can we then talk of one of its many possible predicates, for example, a metal. So the judgment AX is B is considered as the synthesis of two judgments, one which is already completed, AX, and the other which is being completed on the grounds of the former, AX is B. These two judgments, which are making up this one larger judgment, judgment proposition, they stand in analogical relation to one another. In other words, we have two moments of subtraction, wyczitania, or abstraction, odwleczenia, which are analogically related. The subtraction of A from X and the subtraction of B from A. So for predication to be possible, A and B must both be embedded in this indeterminate X, which is the absolute total unity, всеединство. Another way of putting this would be to say that A is B only because A is X, B is also X. And read in this way, all statements are actually just identity statements. You're always already saying the same thing. Everything just is everything else in a certain sense. It's a similar thing to what Schelling says also in The Ages of the World about this. A is B only because A is X and B is also X. So there are some serious philosophical issues here which Frank has fallen into. Important criticisms are raised by Adam Drozdek. Drozdek first provides the following assessment of Frank's position. Quote, according to Frank, being is a union of interconnected entities. Cognition is the conceptual grasp of this unity, and thereby a separation of entities from the web of relations. A certain concept is concentrating a portion of being and extracts from it its parts, purifies this part from existing connections, thereby impoverishing it and presenting it as it really is not, but as it can be grasped. Therefore, a true grasp of reality is of extra conceptual nature. It is extra rational, and true being in all unity, or the absolute, is of a meta-logical nature. Then, after this summary, Drozdek completely rejects any sort of language of a meta-logical unity. Firstly, he claims there's nothing inherently contradictory about the act of predication, A is B, which could warrant the subject's dependence on an unknown element, some X. Drozdek, for example, notes that in set theory, A can quite simply be considered a member of set B, and the claim that there is a contradiction here would make no sense to a set theorist. Set theory wouldn't be possible if this was just contradictory. To put the matter even more plainly, in another sense, we could just claim that Frank has confused the is of predication with the is of identity. This is a standard scholastic distinction which Frank should have been aware of. On a deeper level, we might even argue that the very claim, predication is contradictory, is itself a predication. And so Frank's opening argument is self-defeating. Secondly, Drozdek takes issue with Frank's idea that the absolute is, quote, so elevated above natural reality that even laws of logic cannot be applied to it, including the identity principle, end quote. For Drozdek, we cannot speak meaningfully of something which is not self-identical. In Drozdek's words, quote, in hundreds of pages of his books, Frank discusses in one way or another this unity of being, X, and yet he considers it something beyond reach to such an extent that even a variable in a principle of logic cannot refer to it, end quote. In other words, how can we discuss what is beyond the limits of logic and knowledge? Similarly, Drozdek claims that the principle of non-contradiction must also surely apply to all unity, since all unity too has its own opposite, that is non-being. If all unity is the totality of being, its opposite is non-being, nothingness. As Drozdek writes, quote, the non-A of all unity, the negation of all unity, is a non-existent non-being, and the reference to such non-being does not mean that this non-being exists. So in referring to non-being, we're not including it in total unity. It's just a reference. And in that sense, total unity also has an opposite, and is thus not actually total unity. So according to Drozdek. Finally, Drozdek denies Frank's claim that statements concerning the absolute should be paradoxically both true and false. Quote, Frank states that we cannot say about the unknowable A is B or A is not B. From this, he concludes that we can only say that it is both B and non-B, but also that it is neither B nor non-B. End quote. Drozdek claims that such an approach is misleading, because if the metalogical is truly beyond logic, it's beyond any affirmation or negation, as Frank seems to be saying, then surely no logical statements at all can apply to it, including mutually contradictory statements. They're still logical statements in a way, they're just bad ones. They can't apply to total unity. Similar problems arise when we consider Frank's initial argument that the disintegration of the object into propositional content presupposes a primary integrity, in claiming that everything is abstracted from a total unity, in other words. In claiming this, Frank is surely contradicting himself, since he has just set the integral whole opposite the disintegrated content which we have just abstracted from that whole. This whole is thus not actually truly the whole. So Frank tries to get around this problem by arguing that the whole both is and is not that which has been abstracted. But surely to defend this claim, Frank first needs some warrant to break the law of non-contradiction, which he seems not to have provided. So such criticism seems quite conclusive, as it appeals to our very ability to make sense of things and to the task of philosophy itself. However, some sort of response can possibly be given, perhaps if we first consider the Kantian atmosphere within which Frank was writing. Kant provided the valuable distinction between knowability and thinkability, between that which is knowable, erkennbar, or that which is just thinkable, denkbar. Kant requires such a distinction in order to avoid contradiction as regards his negative claims about things in themselves, the Dinge an sich. Dinge an sich are not erkennbar, but they are to some extent denkbar, because Kant had an awful lot to say about them. Adrian Moore, a recent Kant critic, sees here a distinction between, quote, robust positive contentful cognition, or thick sense-making on the one hand, and the mere empty thinking without knowing of entities, or thin sense-making on the other. Such thin sense-making is practiced at various points in Kant's critique, where he is writing about the unknowable, the Ding an sich. Much of Drozdek's critique falls under the so-called limit problem, and Adrian Moore calls the limit problem. How can we draw a limit to the logical when the drawing of this limit assumes logical statements about the limit, and thus logical statements about what lies either side of it? This critique is, however, futile if Frank, like Kant, uses thin sense-making to draw his limit to the logical. As Moore writes, quote, there is no reason to suppose that making sense of a limit under the thin interpretation requires making sense under the thick interpretation of what lies on its far side. The threat of self-defeating statement, what he calls self-stultification, is avoided, is averted. So such a distinction is not only found in Kant. There are similar, it seems to me, to be quite similar distinctions in Frege's work. Gottlob Frege made this famous distinction between sense and reference, Sinn and Bedeutung. And according to Frege, Frank, well, if we're using Frege's philosophy, reading Frank through the eyes of Frege, Frank provides no adequate reference for all unity, no Bedeutung for all unity, but his reference to unity is Sinn. It's got sense to it. It's sense-bearing. Furthermore, when we remember that for Frank, all propositions are actually identity propositions, then Frege becomes particularly important. The morning star is the evening star, which is Frege's famous example of a meaningful identity statement. This statement, like all of Frank's propositions, is an identity proposition, an identity statement, which is still meaningful. It still has sin. The problem, of course, does then arise as to why Frank first condemned A, B as B, which was his second option for determining the object. Why he first condemned this as a meaningless identity statement, when he then allows all other propositions to actually be meaningful identity statements. The difference possibly lies in the different levels of meaningfulness. We can sort of make a hierarchy of meaningfulness, perhaps. A is indeed to some extent meaningful, although very negligibly so, and is thus unsatisfactorily meaningful, and in this sense meaningless. The morning star is the evening star, however, whilst remaining an identity statement, is more meaningful than A is A. So having established this sort of scale of meaningful identity statements, Frank can claim analogously that there are yet more meaningful identity statements. For example, the statement, all propositions presuppose an absolute total unity, Frank would say is an even more meaningful identity statement than the morning star is the evening star. To claim that all propositions are identity statements is to claim that what seems to be separate and opposed contents in a judgment are not separate but identical. This is to claim that the content of propositions is also in fact non-propositional. This is another important point. So for Moore, our metaphysical propositions, this is Adrian Moore again, our metaphysical propositions about content are given further warrant when we consider them as pseudo propositions. So Moore writes, quote, included in the maximally general non-propositional sense that can be made of things, there is some sense that finds pseudo expression in pseudo propositions, and providing such pseudo expression may serve to convey the sense in question, end quote. And in our case, the primary example of such a pseudo proposition would be all propositions presuppose an absolute total unity. So we can also give even more positive content to these sort of pseudo propositions, non-propositional meaningful utterances, perhaps, if we consider something like Schelling's theory of metaphor, which you don't find only in Schelling, you get it also nowadays in a lot of contemporary continental philosophy. Graham Harman expands on this. Schelling thought that there's more truth in a metaphor than in a simple identity statement, than in any simple proposition or any simple judgment, because a metaphor is an indeterminate communication of meaning. Meaning is still communicated in a metaphor, but it's not a direct communication, but it's actually even more meaningful than a direct and clear statement. Because of this, metaphor is not subject to exclusivity. One of Schelling's ideas, metaphor is not subject to exclusivity, and thus to the lack of normal informative propositions. The lack of normal informative propositions, Schelling means that when you say something is something, you're excluding it from all the rest. But a metaphor, he thinks, doesn't do that, because you're not really saying something is something in a metaphor. In this sense, Schelling provides a positive defense of this sort of non-propositional, preconceptual access to primordial total unity and the possibility of discourse on this preconceptual via metaphor. It must be emphasized that this preconceptuality does not contradict the conceptual world or the world of logic itself, but is just a sphere of meaning where this world doesn't apply, where logic doesn't necessarily apply. And there is thus no breaking or contradiction of any traditional logical axioms. In light of these recent developments in philosophy, Frank can thus be at least to some extent justified in constructing a system premised on a metalogical absolute total unity. This is a system which eventually extends in Frank's later work to his theories well, also in the object of content, in the object of knowledge, to his theories of time and eternity, subjectivity and objectivity, and also to theological questions about God's relationship to the world, and to political theory and aesthetics. So to conclude, I think I've shown that despite the serious philosophical difficulties which Frank faces, his sort of sense-making activity is not wholly unwarranted. In the first part of the paper, I presented Frank's philosophy of predication and his arguments for non-cognitive access to absolute being or total unity. It was then shown that these claims could be considered as a legitimate non-propositional source of sense-making. And it should, of course, also be noted that, in general, the paper has only offered a relatively superficial attempt to defend Frank's ideas. Questions like his theory of inference haven't been addressed here. The nature of logical inference is a very important chapter in Predmet Znania. And it should also be noted that the theological issues which Frank's philosophy of all unity stimulates, these haven't been addressed at all and are extremely controversial. Nevertheless, some ground has hopefully been made in presenting Frank as worthy of the attention of contemporary Western philosophy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harry. That was, though you described it as superficial, I would beg to differ. I think your paper was very impressive and I was very glad to listen to it. Thank you. So we are now privileged to turn to our third presentation on the panel by Nadezhda Nikolina. Nadezhda is an associate professor at Tomsk State University in the Russian Federation, where she specializes in the philosophy and methodology of science. And her paper topic is the problem of premised knowledge in the philosophy of Frank. Nadezhda, please. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a presentation, and I don't know how to open. How to open? Oh, okay. Okay. My topic is the problem of premise knowledge in the philosophy of Frank. First of all, I have to explain the term premise knowledge. We can see it is like precondition knowledge or epistemological premises. For example, Russell offered this definition. And he wrote that the epistemological premises is a proposition which has some degree of rational credibility on its own account, independently of its relations to other propositions. He suggested 3 levels of premise knowledge at the level of memory, verbal evidence, and premise by analogy. The problem of premise knowledge consists in answering the question, what predates knowledge? What knowledge we can say as basic knowledge, or what knowledge is the basic knowledge. In Russian philosophy, the problem of premise knowledge is solved mainly in the philosophy of science. However, in Frank's philosophy, we find original and I would even say unique solution to the problem of premise knowledge. I will talk about the ideas that are presented in the works The Subject of Knowledge and The Unknowable. And the first is the subject of knowledge. Frank wrote that all unity is not something that would have outside itself the diversity of individual particular contents. It is precisely the unity of this variety itself. That whole in relation to which the part is only conceivable as a special part, and which therefore is a condition of the variety of parts itself. Therefore, to have all unity does not mean to lose the originality of particular contents, as if to draw them in the chaos of indifferent identity, but on the contrary, it means to have at once the basis of all the originalities of contents. All unity can be considered as the unity of unity, and therefore as a system of systems. But at the same time, Frank asserts the content would lose its originality. All unity is the primary unit. It is the unity of both the part of the unit. Therefore, the part does not lose its originality since it is a part of the whole, which means that it occupies a special place as a unit. If each particular content were closed in itself, separated and therefore open, then we would either have it or not have it. Thus, Frank distinguished 2 kinds of knowledge, secondary and primary. Secondary is abstract knowledge of concepts and judgments, and primary is direct intuition of the object in its methodological integrity. Primary intuitive knowledge underlies and defines abstract. It's everyday knowledge. And in order to penetrate into the essence of the judgment itself, one must first understand the initial knowledge. The concept of God is also included in the all unity, as it is the primary principle. All unity cannot be thought of. It is given to us, available in a different methodological form. The first basis of all knowledge is the intuition of unity. The direct description of the relationship of prelate content to the integrity of everything else. A relationship by virtue of which for the first time the private content is generally constituted as some kind of such content. With this property, the starting point of knowledge, the whole nature of knowledge is determined. That is both the final idea of knowledge and the path of its gradual implementation. The fundamental principle of all knowledge is intuition, a direct speculation and contemplation. There is a methodological connection between the two contents, which we can comprehend only through intuition. Everyone can comprehend any knowledge. The fundamental principle of any knowledge is laid in us, since the all unity includes the world and the absolute. Having achieved the intuition of the all unity, the subject will be able to penetrate all the secrets of the world and think about those things that were not accessible to abstract knowledge. According to Frank, we can consider that the intuition of all unity is to be the variant of premise of all knowledge. We distinguish it as a fundamental principle of any mental activity because it includes all existing concepts and contents of knowledge. And the second part, that is unknowable. Define the concept of unknowable. Frank wrote that it can be understood in two ways. On the one hand, the unknowable is hidden knowledge that has not yet been studied. It is not yet in our personal experience, but we can know it. This knowledge, which should be called temporarily unknowable. On the other hand, the unknowable is that which is implicitly given to us. It could self-evidently exist with us. It could be given to us in the form of an inscrutable that is unknowable and can be that is that we could not explain, what we could not give a logical answer. Thus, Frank concludes that the unknowable can be considered in two aspects: the unknowable for us and the unknowable in itself. The first definition of the unknowable for us, is more interested for this topic. because it is in this definition that the problem of the primacy of knowledge. Its significance for human is revealed since we are directly involved in this reality. The basic principle of knowledge is unknowable for us. Therefore, it is the premises of all knowledge. But earlier, it was suggested that the premises of abstract knowledge is the intuition of all units. It is in a methodological connection with abstract knowledge and defines it. The unknowable can be called methodological, and as a representation of a certain integrity, the unknowable is also considered to be the whole unit. Knowledge is always directed at an unknown subject that goes beyond experience. According to philosophy Frank, we propose a new understanding of the absolute premise of knowledge, based not only on the structure of knowledge or on the consciousness of a particular individual, and he gave the absolute premise of knowledge the status of all unity, which units humanity assumes the existence of collective consciousness, and Frank did not exclude the subjects from the process of knowledge formation. He noted that there are areas that are not subject to human consciousness, but the subject can comprehend them at the level of intuition. And what we have in the end? We have original and unique conception of premise of knowledge or conception of precondition knowledge. This solution, this conception about all unity and intuition on all unity as a premise knowledge are like I can say a sign or a label of Russian culture, collectivity, yes, but not only in the past, also in the present. Thank you for your attention. If you have a question, please you can write me. This is my email.
Thank you, Nadezhda. Good, thank you very much. And so we will now proceed to our fourth paper on the panel by Frederic Tremblay. Frederic is a philosopher specializing in Russian philosophy. He already has written a number of important papers in the history of Russian philosophy. He's particularly interested in Russian ontologism. He is on the faculty at Sofia University, St. Clement Ritsky in Bulgaria. And his paper is titled, "Did Semyon Frank Exert an Influence on the Philosophy of Nikolai Hartmann?" Frederic is a specialist in the philosophy of Nikolai Hartmann. So his paper is something that we should all look forward to. So Frederic, please.
Hi everyone, can you hear me all right?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Thanks, Randall, for the intro. Okay, so the similarities between Semyon Frank and the German philosopher Nikolai Hartmann have often been noticed in the literature. For instance, in his Russian Idea, Nikolai Berdyaev says that Frank's book, The Object of Knowledge, was a very valuable contribution to Russian philosophy, and that much later, in Germany, Nikolai Hartmann will defend a point of view close to that of Semyon Frank. In the preface to his translation of Hartmann's Grundzüge einer Metaphysik der Erkenntnis, Raymond Vancourt wrote in 1945, "If we wanted this introduction to be complete, we would still have to compare the doctrines of Mr. Hartmann with that of Frank. But as the collection Philosophie de l'Esprit has published at least partially the main work of Semyon Frank, The Object of Knowledge, the reader will easily be able to notice the resemblances and divergences between the two gnoseologies. He will thereby be able to determine the influence that the work of Frank might have exerted on that of Mr. Hartmann." In his obituary to Frank, René Leitane, a French metaphysician and psychologist, who was co-editor with Louis Lavelle of the collection Philosophie de l'Esprit in the editing house Aubier Montaigne, in which the French translations of both Hartmann and Frank's books were published, said that Frank and Hartmann had an affinity of fundamental intuitions. These similarities have also been noticed by Frank himself, who, in the article Die russische Philosophie der letzten 15 Jahre, wrote, published in 1926, wrote after presenting the neo-Kantianism of Alexander Vedensky that, I quote, "The philosophical worldview of Vedensky remains isolated in Russian philosophy. The mainstream goes in a completely different direction, namely a principally ontological one. In my book," Semyon Frank says, "The Object of Knowledge," an attempt is made to ground the theory of knowledge and logic in ontology. After presenting his views in more details, Frank adds, "This work has many points of contact with the work of the German philosopher Nikolai Hartmann, Metaphysik der Erkenntnis," first published in 1921. In the small book Die russische Weltanschauung, published in 1926, Frank also expresses his recognition that Hartmann is one of the few German philosophers, along with Scheler, to defend the same kind of epistemological view that Russian philosophers in general, and himself in particular, defend. I quote, "In recent German philosophy, as I recall the names of Max Scheler and Nikolai Hartmann, it is again becoming more and more clear that the theory of knowledge is not a cold and formal police science, Polizeiwissenschaft, which normalizes and keeps in bounds the metaphysical endeavor, but rather itself a part, and indeed the fundamental part, of ontology." End of the quote. On the basis of these similarities, some scholars have suggested a mutual influence. In their foreword to the French translation of Tremblay, Louis Lavelle and René Leitane, for instance, wrote that if we had to determine the influence that he, that is Frank, exerted on the German thought of our time, the philosophy of Nikolai Hartmann would no doubt be the most important testimony. So the question is, did Frank's epistemological work actually influence that of Hartmann? Hartmann was a Bad German born in Riga, which was then located within the Russian Empire. He began his philosophical cursus at the St. Petersburg Imperial University, where he studied between 1903 and 1905 with people like Alexander Vedensky and Nikolai Lusky, right, who was then instructor at the philosophy department. Frank also studied at the St. Petersburg Imperial University, although a bit later, but he had already begun publishing in 1903 with his article on Nietzsche in Problems of Idealism. And Hartmann, who could read Russian, was in St. Petersburg at the time. In 1915, Frank published what will become his Magisterskaya Dissertatia, namely Predmetznania, which he defended in 1916. The content of Predmetznania is in many ways similar to that of Hartmann's own epistemological work, Grundzüge einer Metaphysik der Erkenntnis, published in 1921, and then republished later on in later editions. Elsewhere, I examined the relationship between Hartmann and Lusky. Hartmann turns out to be a sort of successor of Lusky. I won't go into the details here of what Hartmann owes to Lusky, but it suffices to say that Hartmann appears to have adopted the basic features of Lusky's metaphysics and epistemology, at least those that can be detached from his religious views, because Hartmann was an agnostic. Frank was also one of Lusky's successors in terms of influence. Frank considered that in Predmetznania he was developing themes that Lusky had merely touched upon in Obosnovanie Intuitivisme, the foundation of intuitivism, in 1906. In Predmetznania, Frank writes, Lusky states that his theory of knowledge has, in his eyes, only a propedeutic significance, that is, that it deliberately leaves aside the investigation of the deeper foundations of knowledge. Thus, in our indication of the insufficiency of intuitivism, we perhaps do not deviate from the opinion of the author of this system. Lusky also saw Frank as his follower and successor. He thought that Frank's work reinforced the gnoseological and ontological foundations of, of his intuitivism. Lusky's interpretation of Frank's project as partially Luskyan is justified insofar as, in a letter, Frank wrote to Lusky that the object of knowledge was actually an attempt to build upon Lusky's work by establishing the conditions of intuition. It was, he wrote to Lusky, an attempt to discover the ontological conditions of the possibility of intuition as a direct apprehension of a reality independent of our cognitive acts. Given the genealogical links between Lusky and Hartmann, on the one hand, and on the other hand, between Frank and Lusky, it is to be expected that we should find parallels also between the philosophies of Frank and Hartmann. According to Francis Nethercutt, both Frank and Hartmann saw in Lusky's approach the keystone of a theory of knowledge and of being. However, Hartmann does not cite Frank, so we have no textual evidence. This complicates the task of verifying whether Hartmann was influenced by him or not. He cites Lusky once and Vasily Semen a couple of times, but he does not cite Frank. Was Hartmann even acquainted with Frank's work? Did he read Predmetznania? Well, Frank published Predmetznania, which he described as the main work of his life, in 1915. Hartmann, who spoke Russian a little bit, could have read Frank's book before publishing the first edition of Metaphysik der Erkenntnis in 1921. Now, so there's at least a possibility. To complicate things, Hartmann does not use Frank's concept of the metalogical, but rather uses the concept of the irrational. that his friend Vasily Semen had already used in his article Das Rationale und Irrationale im System der Philosophie. And Seseman's article, which was published in 1911, predates Frank's Predmetznania by 4 years. And Hartmann actually cites Seseman's article in Metaphysik der Erkenntnis, whereas he does not cite Frank. Frank does use the word irrational a couple of times in Predmetznania, but that seems insufficient to conclude anything. So at first sight, it looks like Hartmann's main source of inspiration for the question of the irrational, which is pervading in Metaphysik der Erkenntnis, was Seseman, or at least primarily Seseman. There is, at first glance, no trace of Frank in this book, but let us compare the texts. To begin with, Frank and Hartmann share a project of an ontological gnoseology. Hartmann wanted to rehabilitate the relation of knowledge as a relation between the subject and a transcendental object. For him, knowledge is constantly attracted to an unknown, and I'm quoting Hartmann here, knowledge is constantly attracted to an unknown that must be explored. And in this, Hartmann was following Lusky's own project. As to Frank, he had an idealist phase in his youth. In 1904, for instance, in his correspondence with Peter Struve, Frank praised the abolition of objective reality brought about by what he called the Canto-Fichtean philosophy. But later on, Frank turned not only against Fichte, but against Kant as well. Frank apparently owed his newfound objectivism to Goethe. In Berlin, Frank attended the classes of George Simmel, who was then working on his books on Kant and Goethe, in which he pits Goethe against Kant. Wubier wrote that Frank's encounter with Goethe's thought was, from 1908 onwards, the main event of his spiritual life. It certainly effected a revolution. Writing about Schiller in 1905, Frank stated that the subjectivism of Schiller, which corresponds to the Canto-Fichtean philosophy, is a real contrast to the objectivism of Goethe. With the discovery of Goethe, Frank abandoned the former subjectivist position and embraced the latter's objectivism. This means that he came to see the world as a system of being rather than consciousness. This objectivism, Frank wrote later in 1910 in an essay on Goethe's epistemology, demands of the researcher a loving involvement into the object, a pure disinterested contemplation which does not add anything to the picture of being, does not bring to it any prejudiced ideas, opinions, or wishes, but perceives it humbly and truly as it meets our gaze. End of the quote. It is clear that the position developed in Predmetznania is a form of objectivism. As Frank says, I quote, knowledge necessarily is knowledge about an object, that is disclosure for our consciousness of the contents of an object as a being existent independently of our cognitive relation to it. The concept of consciousness cannot be the highest concept, the ultimate foundation of the theory of knowledge. Consciousness as a directedness, as a term of a relation, presupposes beyond its own limits something other, outside of a relation to which consciousness would be impossible. The position of Predmetznania is a transcendental objectivism, like that of Lusky, which is radically opposed to subjectivism. Transcendental objectivism, which could also characterize Hartmann's position, is the view that all knowledge, I quote Frank, all knowledge wholly independently of the special domain at which it is directed is always directed at the transcendental object, at the unknown, and pretends to possession of the content of this transcendental object. For Frank, I quote Predmetznania, There is no gnoseology outside ontology. If knowledge in its very concept is knowledge about an object, then no investigation of knowledge is possible without an investigation of the object of knowledge. End of the quote. For him, the problem of the object is nothing but the problem of the relation between knowledge and reality. As he says, in all domains without exception, human knowledge is factually limited and subject to error. For everywhere the object of knowledge, as it really is, does not wholly coincide with the content of our knowledge, with what we know about it. Moreover, Frank says that however frequently the content of our opinions and ideas may diverge from the content of the object themselves, we call knowledge precisely that relation in which the contents coincide and are identical. That is, are identical. And this will be a central idea in Hartmann's theory of knowledge, wherein cognitive categories partially coincide, that is, are partially identical with the categories of being to which they correspond. Furthermore, for Frank, all knowledge is directed at the unknown. All knowledge has to do with an as yet unknown object. The meaning of knowledge consists in penetration into the unknown. And as with Frank, for Hartmann, knowledge overcomes the knowable and aims at the unknowable. This unknowable, Frank sometimes calls the metalogical, Hartmann calls it the irrational. So let us turn to an examination of these concepts, beginning with a recapitulation of Hartmann's views on the irrational. First, for Hartmann, the idea that something is irrational does not necessarily imply that it is an object of mystical experience. Hartmann is explicit that he wants to take away from this concept its character of obscure or mystical, enigmatic concept. For him, the concept of irrational is rather a concept indicating the limits of the knowable. The word irrational, or in German irrational, simply means what lies beyond the human ratio or logos, what lies beyond the sphere of what is intelligible for us. For this reason, Hartmann also calls it the transintelligible. Let us look at some examples. For Hartmann, substance is an irrational. Substance, he says, I quote, is the unknown but necessary term to which are linked all relative determinations that meet in a changing being. As Locke put it, substance is a something I know not what. Matter is also an irrational for Hartmann. It was the first irrational to be discovered by the ancient Greeks, he says. I quote, ancient philosophy first encountered the irrational in the problem of matter. It was only later, with Plotinus, that dawned the insight that even in the highest form, there is an unknowable, beyond reason. The thing in itself, Ding an sich, is also an irrational. With Kant, Hartmann says, the irrational was rediscovered in the thing in itself. In fact, for Hartmann, an irrational is always necessarily, in one form or another, a thing in itself. The part of the transobjective that is beyond the limits of the knowable corresponds to Kant's thing in itself, which Kant has always declared that we could think even if we cannot know it. So although we can think the thing in itself, in general, there always remains some irrationality in it. In the second edition of Métaphysique der Erkenntnis from 1925, Hartmann added that there exists a being in itself which in its content cannot be immanent to knowledge because it leads to a series of divergent problems that point to an irrational. categories can also be partly irrational, according to Hartmann. Categories have a being in itself, which is why Hartmann says they are like the thing in itself, partially irrational. In fact, the categories and principles of knowledge are more irrational than those of being, because, according to Hartmann, knowledge is higher and more complex on the scale of beings than mere ontological categories and principles. More than anywhere else, he says, it is in the study of categories that we realize that philosophical knowledge is not so much a solution to the enigma, rather than an incessant discovery of new mysteries. Nothing proves that the categories must be rational, he says. No prejudice is perhaps as deeply rooted than this one, namely that the principles must be rational. The perspicacity of the understanding is linked to certain conditions through which it cannot break. The portions of being that cannot conform to these conditions escapes knowledge, are irrational. Other examples of irrationals in Hartmann include the number of dimensions and infinity. As he says, I quote, among the last structure that we find in the highest categories under diverse forms, those of infinity and of substratum constitute perhaps the most evident examples of the existence of the irrational in the categories. Whereas infinitesimal calculus introduces infinity, it introduces it precisely as an irrational that we have not been able to understand. Mathematical laws, as well as laws of nature, the law of causality and relations, are also essentially irrational. The pure relationism of Cohen and Cassirer, according to which all there is are relations relating relations ad infinitum, assumes that relations are rational. But for Hartmann, I quote, relations can be as irrational as their substrata. It is true that what is intelligible are merely the relations as such, he says. But the relations are something secondary relatively to the elements that they rely or that they relate. What is knowable is only relations that rely on knowable elements. Therefore, relations can only be as rational as the elements they relate. In fact, for Hartmann, there are in total three kinds of irrational. What is irrational because illogical, what is irrational because transintelligible, and what is irrational for both of these reasons at the same time. All of this may give the impression that Hartmann ontologizes the irrational. That is, that for him, the irrational is a feature of reality, but that's not the case. He explicitly states that there is no irrational in itself, there is only the irrational for us. He specifies, we are not claiming that there are objects that by themselves, by their mode of being, escape knowledge, but only that our knowledge is of such a nature that it does not reach all objects, nor all sides of the object. The irrationality of the unknowable being, he says, thus consists only in its epistemological distance, in the inability of the relation of knowledge to overcome the gnoseological distance. Therefore, Hartmann's concept of irrationality is clearly an epistemological one. Let us now look at Frank's concept of the unknown and of the metalogical. Just one second. In Predmet Znania, Frank argues that knowledge is always penetration into the transcending unknown, that the unknown is the condition of our knowledge, and that this unknown is being in itself. He says that, I quote, the absolute being from the point of view of consciousness is divided into actually given and potentially present contents. The delimited domain of the given is surrounded by the infinite background of the unknown and the indefinite. This background is being as such, the being of unknown contents precisely in the aspect of their unknownness. End of the quote. To express this idea, Frank employs various metaphors. He says, for instance, because A, where A stands for any proposition, emerges as a distinct form from the chaos of the unknown, it is always an inseparably surrounded by the unknown as an island by the ocean. Human consciousness, he says, is surrounded by the sphere of dark being whose content is not disclosed. The unknown is the dark background of the other, that is absolute being, the content of which is hidden from us. The immediate points of departure of knowledge are composed of two elements, he says, the given, the immanent material, and the potentially possessed, the unknown transcendent, the luminous central core, and the surrounding dark background. He says also partial knowledge of total unity. This intuition reveals undisclosed sides along with disclosed ones, so to speak, a luminous core surrounded by darkness. And again, he says, if we represent to ourselves the initial form of the object as X, as absolute darkness, then the appearance and development of knowledge, which we have studied, will be seen as the transition from absolute darkness to the illumination of one point, a second point, and a third point or region of the object. So Frank has two main metaphors. Knowledge is like an island in the ocean of the unknown, and like a light in the darkness of the unknown. Hartmann, who has a much less flowery style, nevertheless uses similar metaphors to express his idea about the irrational. I quote, "Even if the knowable part of things was only an infinitely small section in the midst of an infinite unknowable world, the situation of knowledge will not be changed." So this sounds a lot like the metaphor of the island in the ocean. And he says also, the ratio is only a narrow zone between two irrationalities. It is a finite section of the infinite irrational. The limits of knowledge become blurred on both sides of the unlimited unknowable. So this idea of that knowledge becomes blurred, that's akin to Frank's idea of darkness. So the metaphor of light among darkness. For Frank, in the unknown lies what he calls the metallurgical unity. As he says, I quote, "Knowledge expressed by the link between determined contents as ABC is possible only on the basis of a metallurgical knowledge, on the basis of a primordial unity ABC, preceding the constitution of determined and distinct contents." End of the quote. The metallurgical unity is the primordial unity of indeterminate contents. It is the basis on which become possible determinate contents. What Frank means herein by metallurgical is the same as what Hartmann means by irrational. The irrational in Hartmann also plays the role of basis for what is rational, epistemological basis, that is. This being said, for Frank, the metallurgical is also the coincidence of opposites. He says, I quote, "The metallurgical form an integral unity, that is, the form of concrete total unity, goes beyond the limits of the system of determinations, and in this sense forms the unity of heterogeneous determinations, coincidentia oppositorum. Frank finds support for his view in Cusanus's Docta Ignorantia, and he says, in the consciousness of the limitedness and imperfection of our knowledge, we possess transcendental knowledge of the absolute. Through non-attainment, we attain the unattainable. But Frank does not take the coincidence of opposites at face value. The metalogical is not the coincidence of A and non-A, but what lies beyond A and non-A. What is their common basis? So by metalogical, Frank means what lies beyond the logos. And ratio is just the Latin translation of logos. Thus, what is beyond the logos is also what is beyond the ratio. In this sense, Frank's concept of the metalogical corresponds to Hartmann's concept of the transintelligible, which for him is the same as his concept of the irrational. Like Hartmann, Frank also considered infinity as a kind of unknowable. He says, I quote, although we cannot clearly know the entire fullness of the content of infinite being, we can nevertheless have an idea of infinity itself. Although we do not see everything that is in infinity, and in this sense, our idea of infinity is obscure, nevertheless, our idea is the idea of infinity itself. End of the quote. Hartmann will go further in distinguishing species of the irrational, however. Frank does not, for instance, identify substance, matter, the thing in itself, causality, as irrationals. He is more interested in the unity of what is metalogical. He is interested in the Fiutak, the total unity of the metalogical. Hartmann can thus be seen as standing on the shoulders of Frank and as elaborating his views by drawing distinctions that Frank had not drawn. To conclude, the two philosophers share an ontological gnoseology and a theory of the irrational or metalogical being. But can an intellectual genealogy be ascertained? I don't think so. Of course, Hartmann generally cited only the most famous philosophers, Plato, Aristotle, Kant, Hegel, Nietzsche, and so on. So the top 10 philosophers. In the preface to the first edition of Métaphysique des Arcanes, he writes, I quote, many colleagues will find that references to contemporary literature are missing. He says, we took into account only the great historical ancestors who gave consideration to the theory of knowledge. End of the quote. So even if he did take Frank into account, he might not have considered Frank important enough to mention. However, even if we cannot confirm with certainty the claim that Hartmann was influenced by Frank, we can nevertheless say that an influence is probable. I think that it is probable because Hartmann must have been acquainted with Predmesnaya. He knew Russian, he was acquainted with the literature coming out of the Peterburgian philosophical circles. He was acquainted with Lusky, and the similarity of their views and of the topics dealt would make it unlikely that he did not try to find a copy of Predmesnaya to seek inspiration for his own work. But the absence of textual evidence, such as citations or correspondences, makes it impossible to confirm this indubitably. What we can claim with certainty, however, is that on epistemological issues, Hartmann was much closer to Frank and to other Russian philosophers like Lusky than he was to most German philosophers of his time. And I think that this is because Hartmann was ultimately a representative of Russian ontologism, and that this is actually the true origin of his project of a new ontology. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Frederic. That too was a very impressive and careful exposition, characteristic of the panels on our session as a whole. So if I understand our format, we now have some time for questions and discussion, and I'm sure that everyone will be happy to entertain that opportunity. So does anyone want to lead off with questions or comments or remarks about any of the papers on the session or the session as a whole? Arthur, please.
Yes, thank you, Randall. My question is primarily for Nadezhda, and probably also a bit to Frederic. Nadezhda, you made a distinction between the unknowable for us and the unknowable in itself. So, in which respect does this distinction reflect the well-known distinction of Immanuel Kant between the Ding an sich and the Erscheinungen, the phenomena? And related to that, does Frank, by consequence, give in to the separation of subject and object? And if that is true, does this subject-object separation not contradict his Neoplatonist hierarchy of participation?
Oh, I think it seems that Nadezhda is no longer with us. At least I don't see her. Nadezhda, are you with us? I don't believe so.
Well, then I could possibly put the same question or a similar question to Frederic, because he spoke about the unknown as being in itself. That sounds also very Kantian, I would say.
So in Métaphysique der Erkenntnis, Hartmann says that Kant's thing in itself is what he means by irrational, and that actually Kant rediscovered the irrational through his notion of Ding an sich. So he gives praise to Kant, even though he's not a Kantian, and he's not a neo-Kantian either. He does give praise to Kant for this. So, but yeah, does this answer the question?
Yeah, partly. I think it does for Hartmann, but not for Frank, because it's still not clear to me how this idea of the unknown as being in itself, how does that relate to his Neo-Platonist ontology, with this hierarchy of participation, of levels of being?
Well, I'm not aware of Neoplatonism in Frank. That's not in his Predmetznania, is it?
No, but as far as I know, Frank, he baptized or Christianized certain elements of the Neoplatonist tradition.
Do you consider Cusanus a Neoplatonist? Is that
Well, I'm not too much known with Cusanus, so I cannot.
Because you need to be using a very vague concept of Neoplatonism.
Yeah, probably
in
it's
order to fit
the Cusanus variant of it, but.
Well, if I could just interject there briefly, you know, Cusanus certainly is within the broad tradition of Platonic and Neoplatonic philosophy. He was an important source in the revival of Platonism in the Renaissance. Franck himself at one point said, of course, that he regarded Nicholas of Cusa as his only real teacher in philosophy, and he associated Nicholas of Cusa explicitly with Plato and Plotinus as the tradition of philosophy within which he worked. So, I mean, that's the general framework, probably the most general framework of Franck's overall philosophy. Does that help, Frederic, or does that just obscure things further?
Yeah, no, I think we can call Franck in a very a Neoplatonist in a very loose kind of way. I think that his book on the soul is consistent with Neoplatonism, but then just as much as it's consistent with, let's say, the Kabbalah and well, Christianity in general. So, or also Leibnizianism, right? So I'm not sure that it's very helpful to call it Neoplatonism, because then it, yeah.
Arthur, did you have a follow-up for that?
Well, you did not yet convince me, because reading, for instance, Peter Ehlen on Franck, I have a somewhat different impression about the influence of Neoplatonism through Cusanus on Franck. For instance, in his social philosophy, so by the way, I'm a social philosopher, in his social philosophy, this distinction between the inner side of society and the external side of society presupposes a kind of ontological hierarchy, because external society is a condition of possibility of, let's say, empirical society.
Okay, so two points that I could reply. Franck, okay, admits Cusanus as one of his major influences, but also Goethe, and Goethe is in no way a Neoplatonist, nor a Platonist, and Goethe is also an ontological realist and was an anti-Kantian, and so is Franck. And Neoplatonism, according to Neoplatonism, the external world or matter is non-being. But then what Franck argues in Predmeznania is precisely the opposite. Right? The external world is not non-being; it's being. And so, if it's a Neoplatonism, it's a sort of Neoplatonism turned upside down or inside out. Or outside in. So yeah, so there's a Neoplatonic element. There's a fall of souls and a return of the souls to wherever they come from, but the place where souls have fallen has real existence. So it's an ontologism and not a me-ontologism as in Neoplatonism. And this agrees with Slesinski and with Vladimir Solovyov, who can also be interpreted as Neo-Kantians in a loose way, but who also disagree with Neoplatonism on key issues, especially pertaining to the existence of the external world.
Okay, so then these are very broad concerns, and I'm sure we'll have the opportunity to return to the big and important question of which frameworks in the history of Western thought are most useful for situating and explaining Frank's thought. But meanwhile, let us turn to Dr. Thomas Nemeth. We're very fortunate that he's with us today. Many of you know him by reputation. He's published a very large corpus of works in the history of Russian philosophy, including 3 books, which I have on my shelf right now. 2 books on Solovyov, 1 on Kant and Imperial Russia. He's now an editor and studies in East European thought. Tom, it's nice to see you. Thanks for coming.
Anyway, this conversation you just had, I just picked up the Frank's The Unknowable, at least in the English translation, because I don't have the Russian on my bookshelf. It's probably on my computer. But, you know, in the foreword to this, Frank says, my entire thought is founded upon that perennial philosophy which I perceive to be the essence of Platonism, especially in the form in which it traverses the whole history of European philosophy from Plotinus, etc., etc. Does that shed any light on what you've just been saying? Anyone?
Who? Me?
Anyone?
Frederic, you or anyone?
It does shed light.
So, Tom, for me, that's a helpful remark. Thank you.
It seems that Frank himself, at least, thought of himself as following in the line of Plato and the Neoplatonists.
Yeah,
No?
well, there's no doubt that that's the case. I mean, that of course that's the case. You know, he stated that in a number of places throughout his writing, and as I said, specified that his only real teacher in philosophy was Nicholas of Cusa. Father Bob, you're welcome to join in here at any point. Philip Bubayer, it's nice to see you here as well. I think all of you know Professor Bubayer as the author of an important intellectual biography of Frank, published in 1995. And so, Phil, I'm sure that you can shed light on this important discussion as well. Would you like to? Oh, I think you're muted, Frank. Phil, I think you are muted. No.
Downstairs on the screen, there is a microphone. It's the first thing on the left side when you look at your screen. Downstairs on the bottom, you have to click on that. Oh yeah, I think it's Your microphone should be on right now.
Yeah, can you hear me at all?
Yes, yes, we're good now. Thank you, Phil.
Okay. All right. I think that there is something in Frank that is open to misunderstanding. So it is very clear that Frank was a Neoplatonist and regarded himself as such. There's absolutely no doubt. But he also did not believe in a kind of Platonic dualism. So, you know, he believed that he praised Solovyov for overcoming Platonic dualism. And, you know, he's critical of various Platonic ideas. So I think you just have to fact that although he's a Neoplatonist, it doesn't mean he embraces everything about Neoplatonism. I wanted to ask Harry a question, if I may.
Please, Philip.
Yeah, Harry, if you're there, thank you so much for a very lucid paper. I wish I had your knowledge and grasp of logical theory. It struck me that Frank's reply to the critics might be that all knowledge is to some degree symbolic, and that those who are criticizing him on one grounds don't themselves operate by those grounds either. What would you think of that?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think that sounds sensible. Yes. Would you? Yeah. What would you mean? What would you mean by saying that all knowledge is symbolic? Do you mean that it's not?
Well, so I'm much less at the coal face of logical theory than you are, but I'm just sort of.
I'm not either.
I'm just sort of thinking that you're defending. You sort of found yourself defending Frank on aesthetic, sort of using Schelling and using sort of art and metaphor and so on. But the people who are criticizing Frank are sort of are arguing for themselves being purists and sort of somehow managing to keep sort of metaphorical meanings out of language. And surely they themselves are using spatial metaphors, ideas that are sort of visual in character and not purely logical. So the grounds that they criticize Frank on are probably ones where they are themselves not perfect. So it was more a philosophical question, really, rather than a historical one.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. So Frank's critics, in trying to keep metaphor out of language, are themselves still relying on it to some extent. And in a way, all knowledge relies on symbolism, on metaphor. Yes, I think that would be something Frank would support. I think if all knowledge is based on the absolute and it's all premised on this pre-acquaintance which subjects have with their predicates, then yeah, I think he would say that in a way all knowledge is symbolic, like you're saying. I guess the difficulty then comes in as what do you do with logic itself? And I was in a brief chat with on the side with Pavel Rojek, Professor Pavel Rojek, who is I can't pronounce his second name. I'm sorry if he's listening to this, but he mentioned that perhaps you have to start with Frank's metaphysics and then view his logic as a sort of continuation of his metaphysics. And I think that does seem sensible. Professor Pavel Rojek doesn't think that Frank's logic provides a proof of his metaphysics. He doesn't think that there's a sort of logical proof. It doesn't work like that. He really is starting with this metaphysical position of all unity, of this absolute, and then he's sort of using logical language and logical terms as a sort of expression of it, but not really defending it in that respect. So I guess to go back to what you're saying, that is all knowledge symbolic. I guess on this initial metaphysical level, yes, it is for Frank, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, no, that's very helpful. Thank you.
Good. So this is a wonderful discussion. Are there other people who want to contribute to it? Please, Father Bob, I believe that you're muted. Yeah, you are muted, Father Bob.
Pause mute as I...
Try again. Good.
How do you hear me?
Yes, good.
It says mute.
No, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, my symbols are the opposite. I was unmuted and you couldn't hear me. Now I'm muted. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
So anyway, on the subject of symbolism, language is all symbol. The Russian philosophy is very rich with, if you think of Slesinski, symbols, Vyacheslav Ivanov. Language is all symbolic. It's an energy of being. Now, there's a realist symbolism at work in people like Slesinski, Frank, Bulgakov, and the whole field of philosophy of language. And it reflects in Orthodox iconography the meaning of symbol. But it's a whole theme that is, incredible. So it's just my observation.
Good, thank you. Philip, do you have another question?
No, I don't.
Oh, I see that you have your hand icon on your screen. Okay, now it's gone.
Okay.
Anyone else?
I have just a general question for everybody.
Please.
Now, in the Akim translation of Nepostazhimaya, of course, it is the unknowable. I think that is an unfortunate translation. It should be the unfathomable. I think that is a richer notion, and it goes closer to the heart of Frank's thought. But, it's out there. The volume and everywhere refers to the unknowable, but I really maintain it should be the unfathomable.
Well, it's a difficult question, Father Bob, and I think all of us have thought about that a lot. The Russian would suggest unfathomable, but my own view is that the philosophy of the book is closer to the unknowable. So that's my own view, but I see that Tom disagrees with me.
I certainly agree with Father Bob, as you refer to him. In my book review of the English translation of that book that appeared at the time, I guess it was called Studies in Soviet Thought, I specifically mentioned that I believed it should be titled The Unfathomable instead of The Unknowable, because that is too much of a Kantian term, to say unknowable. And I believe Frank himself would have said it should be unfathomable.
Well, I'm not sure. I mean, it's this is a very weighty question. No, there's no doubt about it. And I, to sort of self-advertise my own presentation coming up in an hour or so. I address some of this in that paper, so so I can postpone my remarks until then. But
if I might add a word, one of the papers they talked about the metaphors in Frank, and you're talking about knowledge as being an island in an ocean. The ocean is unfathomable.
Good. Harry, I saw your hand icon there for a moment. Do you have another question or contribution?
I was just going to add about the context of symbolism, the idea of the symbol. If you're taking symbol as the sort of in its etymological sense of of the two being thrown together, the two whatever being thrown together, then I think it does. Even though Frank doesn't really use the word symbol that much, I haven't really found it. But if you're using it in the sense that you have this access, that you have this pre-rational access, and that's sort of being thrown together, if that makes sense, and that's what knowledge reflects, then I think the symbol would be a good, possibly a good terminology for Frank. And also another comment, a bit separate about what was said earlier about Frank and Neoplatonism. I think that Frank is basically he thinks he's a Neoplatonist at least, but only to some extent. He doesn't accept all of Platonism. I think something that my supervisor seems to think about Frank is that.
Who is that, Harry? If you don't mind me asking.
Johannes Zakuba, who's he's a systematic theologian, but he sort of dabbles in the Russian, and he has a paper about this the revolution that Kant caused, and it's basically Kant makes what was once hierarchical in Platonism, or transcendence being hierarchical, into it being something binary and opposed to immanence. And I think Frank is trying to overcome this binary sense of transcendence versus immanence, which my supervisor thinks isn't found at all before Kant. That there is this sort of opposition between transcendence and immanence. In Neoplatonist thought, there is sort of levels of transcendence. One level transcends the next, and that transcends the next. So the transcendence goes all the way down, and its transcendence goes all the way up, and it's sort of there isn't really this sort of binary aspect. But Frank is working within the context of this binary thing, and trying to go back to this Platonist hierarchical worldview. I think that would be what I would have thought. But
yeah, that's I agree with that, Harry. And in fact, Frank speaks of modes of being in an effort to suggest, of course, within his framework of all unity, that being is continuous, and as you said, there is no sharp binaries or divisions between the transcendent and immanent. And he believes that there are different modes of knowledge or intuition for those various levels of being. Scientific or rational knowledge for the external or objective world, a different type of knowledge, and we can have long discussions about what to call that type of knowledge, if we even call it knowledge, for inner being, or being in itself, or spiritual being. And certainly all of that aligns him pretty closely, I think, with the Neoplatonic tradition, and certainly with Vincenzo. So that's very helpful, Harry. Thank you. We still have some time.
Okay, can I add something to this on the subject of Neoplatonism?
Please, Frederic.
So Frank might think that he is a Neoplatonist, but so did, for instance, George Berkeley. and there's quite a difference between Berkeley and Frank. So it's not just a matter of trusting what Frank says about how Frank describes himself. There's also how our interpretation of Neoplatonism that is involved here.
I agree. I would say, Frederic, that Frank's description of himself is accurate, whereas Bishop Berkeley's description of himself, I don't know that description of himself as a Neoplatonist, but I can't really
it's from Cyrus.
Pardon me?
It's from Cyrus. Is one of his last book, Cyrus.
And I don't know that. And he calls himself a Neoplatonist there?
Yeah.
Wow.
He says that his philosophy goes back to ancient Egypt and Plato, the Neoplatonists, Hermes Trismegistus.
Oh, interesting. At least for me, it's hard to think of a philosophy more unlike Neoplatonism than Berkeley.
Well, it's key to Neoplatonism that that matter is non-being, and Berkeley is an immaterialist, but you don't find that in Frank. That's why I cannot see him as a textbook Neoplatonist. He can be a Neoplatonist in some loose way of speaking, but not a textbook one.
Yeah, I do see that point, Frederic. On that, if you take it from the perspective of the reality of the material world, from that narrow perspective, that makes some sense. Yeah.
All right. Thanks.
Other questions? So should we take a break, a 35-minute break or so until our next panel? Maybe we'll have one last question from Tom.
Yeah. Okay. To Harry, I noticed that France in the Predmetznania mentions Frege in at least one footnote to the foundations of arithmetic. And given everything we know about himself, I find that a very strange that he certainly knew some Frege, and yet his thought seems so completely removed from Frege. Any ideas about that?
Yeah, I don't think he probably didn't read Frege very thoroughly. Otherwise, I thought he would probably really disagree with him. I think, yeah, and the foundations of arithmetic. The sort of Frege stuff that I mentioned is this sense and reference distinction, which isn't found in all of Frege's stuff. It's only really in that one paper that he's really famous for. I don't think it's in the foundations of arithmetic. So, and I don't think Frank was aware of this Sinnbedeutung distinction. I think it was actually, it came out after, it came out later than the foundations of arithmetic, as far as I'm aware. Yes, so I don't think he probably wouldn't agree with Frege if he got to the bottom of Frege. I don't know. I'm not a Frege expert, but that's my assumption anyway.
Thanks.
Okay, last call for questions. All right, so that was a wonderful session, and we can take now a 35-minute break, I think, until our next panel, so we'll see everyone then, about 35 minutes. Okay. Thanks, everyone.
Okay.
Okay, so I welcome you to the third section today, the last one for today. The first speaker will be Randall Poole, but I would like Miss Katia Mendonça, I'm sorry for the pronunciation, to be ready after him because Vincenzo Rizzo will not be attending today. So the section will start Randall Poole, College of St. Scholastica, USA, and the title is The Russian Religious Personalism of Semen Frank. Please.
Thank you very much, Karolina. So the title of my talk, very slightly different than what is listed in the program. I've given it a main title, and that is The Kingdom of Spirits. So altogether, The Kingdom of Spirits, Semyon Frank's Russian Religious Personalism. Before I continue, can everyone hear me? Good. Okay, thank you. All right. So in The Unknowable, Semyon Frank writes, quote, "The total unity of being is a kingdom of spirits," end quote. That statement represents the culmination of the tradition of religious personalism in Russian thought, as I will try to show in this paper. As a philosophical approach or worldview, personalism holds that persons are rational, moral, creative, and spiritual beings who bear an intrinsic worth or dignity and who are the very center of reality. Its ontological center, persons are the highest form of reality. Its axiological center, persons are the supreme value in reality. And its epistemological center, through persons, reality is intelligible. Most forms of personalism are broadly theistic, with personalism itself plausibly tracing its origins to the Christian doctrine of the Holy Trinity, three persons in one God. In Russia, the tradition of religious philosophical personalism begins with the Slavophiles, specifically with Ivan Kirievsky's concepts of integral personhood and believing reason, and with Alexei Homyakov's concept of sobornost, which refers to the qualities of an ideal community, for him, the church, through which people can most fully realize their personhood. The tradition continues with Boris Chicherin's idealist conception of personhood. Chicherin, by 1880, followed Kant in centering the person in self-determination or in the dual power of reason to posit or recognize ideals and to determine the will according to them. Vladimir Solovyov adopted that idealist conception and developed it into his central idea of Bogochelevyechestvo, God-manhood or divine humanity, according to which persons are capable of freely realizing the divine principle in themselves and in the world, the process of theosis or deification. Other currents in Russian religious philosophical personalism include Lev Lopatin's concrete spiritualism, Sergei Trubetskoy's concrete idealism, Nikolai Losky's panpsychic hierarchical personalism, Nikolai Beredyayev's philosophy of freedom and creativity, and Lev Karsavin's symphonic idea of the person within his metaphysics of all unity. In his last major work, Reality and Man, an essay in the metaphysics of human nature, Frank acknowledged himself to be Solovyov's disciple. That was so in two major ways: through the idea of God-manhood, which forms the overall framework, through the idea of God-manhood, which looms large in Reality and Man, and through Solovyov's metaphysics of all unity, which forms the overall framework of the other book that is the focus of this paper, The Unknowable. Solovyov's idea of God-manhood is a powerful conception of personhood and defense of human dignity, but his metaphysics of all unity has been criticized for motives of impersonalism, and has recently been compared even to the idea of nirvana. Solovyov held that all unity was to be achieved through God-manhood or the kingdom of God, which itself was to come through the kingdom of ends. That is Kant's ideal of a moral community of persons who respect each other as ends in themselves. Solovyov's social ideal of free theocracy is clearly modeled after Kant's kingdom of ends. Frank's kingdom of spirits is a metaphysical concept. In his system, in contrast to Solovyov's, it describes all unity itself. With that deft move, Frank personalized his whole system. He himself characterized the unknowable as a work of personalist ontology. It is widely regarded as his most important work. Reality in Man is a more accessible statement of the overall argument with some revisions and new material. In Frank's system, especially in its later development in the two major works I consider in this paper, Russian religious personalism achieves its highest degree of development. Perhaps the most obvious thing that one could say about Frank's philosophy is that it is based on his conviction that there is far more to reality than the external natural world that confronts the senses. For him, the empirical objective world, the world of facts, does not exhaust reality, and conventional empiricism, as he calls it, is only one way of knowing reality, or rather part of it. He believed that there are other ways of knowing reality and that they disclose more of it, not just its surface layer, but reality as a whole, reality as such in its spiritual depths. These ways come from inner experience. Frank's essential claim is that reality reveals itself in our inner experience, which is or can be reliable and truthful in its testimony. In Reality in Man, he writes, quote, "A philosophy adequate to the task of obtaining true knowledge of reality is therefore always based upon living inner experience, in some sense akin to the experience that is called mystical," end quote. His approach can be traced to St. Augustine, to whom Frank ascribes fundamental importance and whose words he commends. "Go not outward, but inward. The truth is within man." Reality is revealed in various types of inner experience, including the basic intuition of being, the experience of communion in the I-thou relation, aesthetic experience, moral experience, metaphysical experience, and religious experience. In a more fundamental way, our inner experience is truthful to reality because human beings as persons share a basic ontological affinity with the spiritual core of reality. Persons are spiritual beings. According to Frank, human beings are persons because they are capable of spiritual life, through which they seek to ground themselves in spiritual being. Because persons co-belong to spiritual being and are permeated by it, their inner experience can express its truth. We are concerned, Frank writes, with the sphere of being to which we ourselves belong and which is akin to our inner conscious being and is the ground of it. In other words, we are concerned with the sphere of being which both transcends us and is immanent in us. By considering the immanent aspect of it, we can discover its true nature, end quote. To be clear, he adds, quote, "Reality as such is closely akin to human personhood and provides or may provide its ultimate ground," end quote. Further, personhood or personal being is, quote, "belongs to the inmost core of reality and must be recognized as its center and primary source," end quote. This is what is meant by personalist ontology. Being consists in personhood and in communion among persons, and it reveals itself to persons. Frank calls the reality that reveals itself in our inner experience the unknowable, непостижимое. The term is not unproblematic, since his view is that inner experience does convey knowledge of reality. For example, the second chapter of Reality and Man bears the title Reality and Knowledge of It. By unknowable, Frank wished to emphasize that no matter how much we know about being, it remains a mystery. Only its external aspects can be known rationally, scientifically, theoretically, logically. In the external phenomenal realm, being is objectified and therefore subject to objective knowledge. The deeper layers of reality are noumenal. These layers evade rational thought, but can be experienced from within. In the noumenal realm, Frank says, we are dealing with experiential consciousness, not cognitive or theoretical consciousness. He refers to the metalogical and transrational nature of being. Being is concrete, and it cannot be captured by the abstract concepts of rational thought. A similar contrast was made before Frank by many Russian religious philosophers, beginning with Kirievsky and Khomyakov. They criticized post-Kantian German idealism for reducing being to consciousness and contrasted it, German idealism, to their own concrete idealism, which they extolled for its distinctive ontologism. Frank dislikes the term idealism because of its phenomenalistic and rationalistic associations. But his philosophy, in its reliance on inner experience and tracing its origins to Plotinus, St. Augustine, and Nicholas of Cusa, is a type of ontological idealism. He called it absolute realism to emphasize the primacy of being over thought or consciousness. There are other reasons why Frank thinks that reality is unknowable, all relating to its nature as all unity. What follows is one of his lucid descriptions of the concept. This is an extended quote. All unity as a true unity is the unity of unity and diversity, a unity which not only embraces all its own parts and points, but also inwardly permeates them in such a way that it is also contained as a whole in each part and point. Thus, each point of being, though it has all else outside of itself, nonetheless, in its place and in its way, is the whole itself, total unity itself. Being something singular together with all else, all existence are constituted by their separateness. But having all in themselves and also being connected to all else, all existence have all immanently in this double sense, in themselves and for themselves. All existence are permeated by all and permeate all, end quote. The unity of separateness and of mutual penetration is an essential concept for Frank. It fundamentally informs his personalist ontology, as we will have several occasions to see. Defying rational or logical explanation, it is one good reason why Frank describes reality as unknowable. Another is that reality is an absolutely indivisible whole, which means that we cannot conceptually grasp it. Its parts are analytically separable only at the expense of the whole. Reality is a metalogical unity. It is, quote, something greater and other than all that we can know about it, end quote. Together with the wholeness of all unity, Frank stresses that everything in it is singular and unique. This is his concept of individuality. What is singular and individual, quote, forms the genuine essence of being in its concreteness, end quote, but is ungraspable in general concepts and is, quote, thus a clear index of the unknowable in the essence of reality, end quote. Another such index is that reality is not finished. Frank describes being as potentiality, existent potency. Quote, being as a whole is not frozen and static. It is not what it already is. On the contrary, it is plastic. It not only is, it is becoming. It is in the process of self-creation. It is growing, changing, being formed, end quote. From the last sentence in particular, it will come as no surprise that Frank refers to true reality as life. In this respect, but not in others, following Tolstoy. Finally, reality is unknowable because it, in the supreme form of absolute mind, the ens realissimum, or the primordial ground, is the very condition of truth. We cannot speak of ultimate truth and express it in our concepts, Frank writes, but this is only because ultimate truth itself speaks, wordlessly, for itself and of itself, expresses and reveals itself. And we have neither the right nor the possibility to fully express through our thinking this self-revelation of ultimate truth. We must be silent before the magnificence of truth itself, end quote. The highest expression of individuality in all unity is the person. Persons are the culmination of the mysterious and unknowable unity of separateness and of mutual penetration that characterizes all unity as a whole. Persons are, quote, a kind of miracle that surpasses our understanding, end quote, because through their free will, they are able to combine in themselves the transcendent and immanent that forms their spiritual center and being. Frank embraced the mystery of personhood and of being with his approach of wise, knowing ignorance. This approach, which is similar to apophatic or negative theology, reveals the unity of separation and of undivided wholeness or mutual penetration. Such unity is an antinomian monodualism in which two opposites, logically separate according to the law of mutual negation, are inwardly united and mutually permeating, the result being, quote, the one is not the other, but it also is the other, and only within and through the other is it what it genuinely is in its ultimate depth and fullness, end quote. This antinomian monodualism, Frank writes, can be understood as a triadism or trinity, with the third element being the unity or synthesis of the two opposites. He adds, quote, this contains the most profound and general reason why human thought constantly arrives in its most diverse and religious philosophical expressions at the idea of Trinity as the expression of the ultimate mystery of being, end quote. He may well have had in mind the patristic concept of perichoresis used to describe the communion or interpenetration of the three persons of the Holy Trinity, and less frequently, the relationship between the divine and human natures of Christ. For all Frank's strictures against the rational knowableness of reality, the unknowable and reality in man remain works of fundamental ontology and philosophical anthropology. They offer a positive, powerful vision of being and personhood, of the kingdom of spirits. We know Frank believed that reality reveals itself in the inner experience of persons. His point of entry is self-consciousness, in which we first encounter reality as such, rather than in its external closed form as objective being. We encounter inner being, self-revealing reality, which Frank calls immediate self-being. Being revealing itself and to us who are co-participants as being. We experience it in the recognition I am, through which we are also aware of being itself in our simultaneous recognition it is, or the world is. According to Frank, quote, immediate self-being is the am form, the bin form of being, end quote. It is the first condition of all unity, since only self-transparent being can bring external material being, which is opaque, into unity with itself, at least ideally. Immediate self-being is not simply another term for our self-consciousness, or even for the transcendental unity of apperception, though it is closer to that. It is rather the source of them. Frank defines it as one of the various modal forms of being, quote, different means or degrees of the self-revelation and self-realization of being, end quote. It is a mode of absolute reality, simply the absolute, which is clearest in one of its aspects, immediate self-identical being. But it has another opposing aspect, which is selfhood, in which it is not identical with the absolute. Here we have our first concrete example of antinomian monodualism, Frank notes. Immediate self-being is a dual unity of being as pure immediacy, self-identical with the absolute, and selfhood at some remove from it. Interestingly, Frank says this dual unity is most clearly expressed in the Upanishads, in which, quote, Brahman, the absolute, is identified with Atman, the deepest ground of the soul, end quote. Indeed, this is a powerful and ecumenical image of his conception of personhood striving to ground itself in spiritual being. Until such grounding is achieved, selfhood is prone to subjectivity. That is the spurious self-grounding instead of self-transcending, as Frank also indicates. In the course of his analysis of immediate self-being in its dual unity as pure immediacy and selfhood, Frank introduces for the first time his concept of the kingdom of spirits. The kingdom is all unity, pure immediacy of being, realized in a multitude of separate particular selves. Frank's designation of them as spirits indicates their trajectory from selfhood to fully realized personhood, as they increasingly transcend themselves, ground themselves in spiritual being, and ultimately achieve deification or union with God. He devotes much of the unknowable and reality in man to this process. Immediate self-being, especially in its aspect of selfhood, is the pivotal point in the process because its nature is to transcend itself. It is, quote, being in the form of becoming, potency, striving, and realization, end quote. The self's capacity for transcendence is rooted in freedom. In the unknowable, Frank writes of the, quote, higher freedom which emanates from our selfhood, end quote, and which can direct it beyond itself toward others and toward spiritual being. In reality in man, he calls this higher freedom self-determination. In both books, he shows that self-transcendence can be directed outward or inward. Outward transcending is oriented toward other selves in the form of the I-thou relation. Inward transcending is oriented toward spiritual being and beyond that to the primordial ground, or holiness or divinity. He deals most explicitly with the nature of personhood when he discusses inward transcending, but of course it is also relevant to the I-thou relation. Frank writes eloquently about the mysterious process by which another being reveals himself to me as thou, by which I recognize him as thou, and by which I myself in this encounter first fully recognize myself as I. For Frank, this process of mutual recognition is miraculous. According to him, the I-thou relation is a communion, in the sense of the mutual penetration of the separate. It is genuine inner unity, a dual unity represented by the concept we, which Frank calls, quote, a wholly special, miraculous mode or form of being, end quote. It reveals the inner structure of reality as such, quote, the real inner existent for itself, mutual interwovenness and mutual permeatedness of the one and the other. Indeed, we can say that, pardon me, in the I-thou relation, genuine, concrete total unity in its trans-rational, unknowable essence is revealed for the first time precisely as living being, end quote. This leads Frank to a striking conclusion. Quote, being is the kingdom of spirits, and the kingdom of spirits consists precisely in the fact that the one always exists for the other. In Reality and Man, Frank has a chapter section titled Reality and the Experience of Communion. There he writes, quote, in communion or actual apprehension of another person, not through cognitive gaze, but through vital contact, we come into touch with the mysterious depths of living reality, no longer merely in our inner life, but outside us. In these mysterious depths, we find the inner mutual interpenetrability of the kingdom of spirits, end quote, in which every I and thou are in perfect communion in the all unity of we. No doubt this vision of perfect communion was inspired by the concept of subordinus and most fundamentally by the Holy Trinity. So I have about, I think, 4 minutes left, 4 or 5 minutes left. Will that be all right since we're missing a panelist on the session? Okay.
But I don't understand the question.
The question was, I still have about maybe 5 minutes, so that will put me over the time limit by 4 or 5 minutes. But since we're missing a second panelist, I assume that's not a problem, right?
Yeah.
Okay, good, thank you. All right, so let me continue. Members of the kingdom of spirits also pursue self-transcendence inwardly, grounding themselves in spiritual being. The concept of the ground is important for Frank. According to him, subjectivity and potentiality are defining qualities of selfhood, which therefore requires a ground in the objectivity and actuality of spiritual being, and beyond that in the primordial ground, holiness or divinity. We become increasingly aware of the ground in moral, metaphysical, and religious experience, which together form what Frank calls spiritual life. Through free will, that is self-determination, we are capable of inward transcendence toward the ground. Like many Russian ontological idealists of his time, Frank thought that the ideals of spiritual life, truth, the good, beauty, by which the will is self-determining, entailed a transcendent ground in which intrinsic value and being are one. In particular, he linked the ideal of truth, the very concept of truth, with the primordial ground of reality. The capacity for self-transcendence is the basis of Frank's conception of personhood. This capacity enables man, quote, to separate himself from himself, end quote, and to arrive at a higher spiritual I. Here is Frank's definition of personhood. Quote, it is this higher spiritual selfhood which constitutes what we call the person. The person is selfhood as it stands before higher spiritual, objectively valid forces and is permeated by and represents these forces, end quote. From his overall account in The Unknowable and Reality in Man, it is clear that he defines personhood more generally as the process of inward self-transcendence, of self-determination by the ideals of spiritual life, and of grounding in spiritual being. In a succinct statement of it, quote, the person is the mode of man's being in its necessary transcending inward, into the depths, into the deep layer of reality that surpasses man's being, end quote. It is worth noting that in Reality in Man, he simply uses Kant's formulation, autonomy or self-determination constitutes man as a person. The Unknowable includes a chapter section, The Mystery of the Person. Frank writes there that, quote, man as a person is always and essentially something greater and other than all we can perceive in him as a finished determination constituting his being. That is to say, he is a kind of infinitude so that he has an inner bond to the infinitude of the spiritual kingdom, end quote. The last 3 chapters of The Unknowable and 3 of the last 4 chapters of Reality in Man are devoted to the reality of God and to his relation with man and the world, as revealed in our metaphysical and religious experience. Having established the reality of personhood, Frank now turns more directly to the grounds for the reality of God. He makes a distinctive argument from personhood, as it might be called. He writes, quote, the only completely adequate proof of the existence of God is the existence of the human person in all its depth and significance as an entity that transcends itself, end quote. He gives similar versions of this argument from personhood in both books. Here it is in The Unknowable. And so this is an extended quote. The enlightened scientific mind tries to reconcile itself to the fact that our I, our person, our inner life, with all its needs, hopes, and dreams, is something that somehow from somewhere got into the world by some unknowable chance and finds itself in this world a wholly foreign, lonely, homeless being doomed to destruction and death. But is not our person, in spite of all its foreignness with regard to the world, also a reality, which, like all realities, has its cause, that is, an ontological ground or source of its being, end quote. From these reflections, Frank arrives at what he calls a self-evident truth. Here it is. If we as persons are alone in the face of the cold, soulless, impersonal, indifferent, objective world, if we are impotent, defenseless exiles and wanderers in this world, it is because we have a homeland in another sphere of reality, end quote. In Reality in Man, he adds that in recognizing myself as a person, I recognize the reality of God. Quote, it is sufficient for me to be fully conscious of myself in all my uniqueness as a true reality in order to have a sure apprehension of God. If only I saw myself, I would see thee, quoting St. Augustine. On the basis of his argument from personhood, Frank embraced Solovyov's idea of God-manhood, giving it much more attention in Reality in Man than in The Unknowable. It is not just that in ourselves as persons we recognize the reality of God, but that the divine is immanently present in us in some form. Naturally, Frank thinks that the inner unity of God and man, God-manhood, can only be apprehended as the mutual penetration of separate elements through antinomian monodualism. The Chalcedonian dogma of the divine and human natures, without division or confusion, properly applies, Frank acknowledges, to Christ, but he asks, does this imply that there can be no other form of combining these two principles in the human person? And his view is that, quote, something divinely human is inherent in man's being as such, end quote. This is the theological foundation of Christian humanism, which Frank notes found its highest philosophical expression in Nicholas of Cusa. Reality in Man includes an account of Christian humanism and its historical fate, and this is something new compared to the unknowable. We have seen that Frank admired St. Augustine in certain respects, but he recognized that his emphasis, Augustine's emphasis on human depravity, was at odds with Christian humanism. Ever seeking the coincidence of opposites, Frank suggests that the true approach to understanding divine grace and human freedom, and more generally the relation between God and man, can be found in a synthesis of Augustinianism and Pelagianism. He says that St. Thomas Aquinas expressed such a synthesis in simple words, which he quotes and with which I conclude. Pray as though everything depended on God, work as though everything depended upon ourselves. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your talk. The next one is Mrs. Katia Mendonça, Federal University of Para, Brazil. And the title is Moral and Politics in Semyon Frank and Alexander Solzhenitsyn. Sorry for the pronunciation.
Hi, Karolina. Good evening. My paper is about Semyon Frank and Solzhenitsyn. My translator is my son, Leonardo, okay?
Yes.
My English is bad, okay? My typing is bad, okay? Huh? Yes.
Hello, good afternoon to everyone. Greetings from Brazil. The Ethics and Politics in Semyon Frank and Alexander Solzhenitsyn. The purpose of this article is to offer a discussion of how Semyon Frank and Alexander Solzhenitsyn face the problem of the spiritual, ethical, and political role of intellectuals. Solzhenitsyn and Frank affirm the primacy of individual ethics under the bias of Christian humanism. Both adopt the concept of the person as the starting point for social and political relations. Their ideas are marked by the faith in a suprahuman order. It is from this central perspective, whose origin is in Dostoevsky, that they criticize intellectuals in their relationship with politics. Semyon Frank. The Vecchi collection of essays published in 1909 is a testimony to turbulent times. Is the swan song of a generation of the 19th century intellectuals crushed by war and revolution. Although some scholars have indicated the internal dissensions of this group of intellectuals, what unites them is criticism of the positivism of the Russian intelligentsia marked by materialism, utilitarianism, and cruel rationalism. The authors of Vecchi are therefore part of an era of political extremes and the whirlwind of violence that would involve such a scenario.
Não precisa falar isso aqui.
One of the central themes in Vecchi concerns the role of the intelligentsia in ethical and political processes, a theme that has been taken up again in 1974 in the Smatters, where Alexander Solzhenitsyn establishes a dialogue with Vecchi. Criticism of intellectuals is central to both Semyon Frank's article in Vecchi, The Ethic of Nihilism, and Alexander Solzhenitsyn's These Matters. What characterizes both is that they adopt a spiritual view of the question of morality and its relationship with intellectuality and politics, something that would be reintroduced under another bias in the Central European descent represented by Masaryk and Havel. There is, however, one central aspect in Vecchi, as Chernyshov points out. This perspective that only belief in the existence of a superhuman order in the universe could provide the necessary sanction for absolute values is an important connexus between the political thought of Semyon Frank and that of Alexander Solzhenitsyn. In the Ethic of Nihilism, a characterization of the Russian intelligentsia's moral outlook, Semyon Frank asks what would have happened for the Russian intelligentsia, so solid in moral values, to have fallen into the licentiousness and barbarity present in the Soviet socialism. He begins by investigating the moral view of Russian intellectuals, identifying that themes about moral values are always present in them, but that they are not guided by religious, aesthetic, or theoretical themes that find no shelter among them. This morality is of a purely utilitarian character, hence his weakness. The lack of faith in the absolute values predominates in the consciousness of the intellect, leading it to a morally based primarily on the material well-being of the Russian people. On the expense of everything else. All the other dimensions of human life, scientific, aesthetic, and religious, are seen from this point of view as superfluous and even dangerous, insofar as they distract the human being from the primary task, the service aimed at the well-being of the people. Life, in this way, loses its meaning, directed solely to the satisfaction of material longings, detached from any metaphysical principles. Philanthropy and charity disappear in favor of a universal idea of sacrifice and in favor of the distribution of goods. He, the socialist, is not an altruist. Truly, he fights for human happiness, but he does not love people. Only his idea, the idea of universal human happiness.
Tu diz segundo Frank aí, nesse caso. Segundo Frank, tu diz.
As Frank says, since he sacrifices himself for this idea, he does not hesitate to sacrifice others as well.
Assim tu diz que é ele que está falando, cara.
It should be noted that Solzhenitsyn will later explore this question literally in November 1916, in building up Lenin's character as someone devoid of compassion and empathy, focusing solely on his goal and ideology, an absolutely self-centered character, and focused solely on the salvation of the nation as the cause of people's perishing. Solzhenitsyn don't circumscribe to this communist mentality, but also locates in Western liberalism. From the West, he demands spiritual strength and moral scrupulousness. The apology for destruction of utilitarian theory of happiness, they will be attacked by Frank in the Profundis, a text in which he resumes the responsibility of intellectual elites for exacerbation through demagogy, popular passions, class hatred, and instincts of destruction and anarchy. The reduction of life to materialism acts as a profound force of social destruction. And this question was not in a scenario of political polarization, perceived neither by liberals nor by socialists. Their political realism blinded them, as Frank points out, being incapable of feeling for the deepest and therefore most important spiritual roots of reality, for the inner forces of good and evil in social life. As Frank says, we say that both sides in seeing politics in a Machiavellian manner solely as a technique to achieve and maintain power are blind to perceiving the dependence of our authority and spiritual and cultural level of society, and consequently, the responsibility of a society for its authority. Frank. The contempt for the spiritual dimension and consequent blindness caused by political manipulation uses the cultivation of hatred, which, as Frank points out, has always been linked to the psychological incentive and accompaniment of destruction. Frank's vision maintains its vitality contemporaneously when societies, forgetting their spiritual development, seek only material comfort, which leads to social ruin, chaos, violence, and enemy, and finally to the destruction of the public sphere. In this, the politics has always been viewed in an instrumental way, based on lies and violence, on the demagogy of the political leaders and intellectuals who support them. Therefore, inevitably doomed to destruction, which today is closer to humanity due to the technological webs that involve it in a global universe. Frank and Solzhenitsyn question the absence of the spiritual dimension in both socialism and liberalism. In the case of Samuel Frank, he manages to unite Athens to Jerusalem in his criticism, and in this sense, goes against the very humanist liberalism. His starting point is is a philosophical anthropology that has a transcendent conception of the person, his dignity, and his right to free expression. Frank is a thinker who develops a creative conservatism. Under whose bias the tradition is ossified, falls into a reactionarism, and the change is also ossified, falls into the destruction and chaos. Conservatism can become reactionary if stiffened, just as creativity can also fall back into reactionary and regression if it does not have deep cultural roots. This issue will re-emerge in the 21st century in a context in which the cultural roots of the various peoples are lost and social changes are becoming so accelerated. Based on the volatility of financial markets and the speed of technological expansion, moving towards an era of potentially dangerous political extremes. In other words, in the 21st century, humanity revives the wounds of totalitarian experience of the 20th century, this time under a new guise, the illusion of freedom mediated by technology. In the 1909 text warns of the risks of ethical relativism.
Frank warns.
Frank warns the risks of ethical relativism, as well as the idolatry of money and matter, typical of religious disbelief that tries to build paradise on earth. According to Frank, the Russian intelligentsia adopted Marxism, a thought not only lacking of a reflection or an ethical basis, but which also rejects it in principle. The way out for him would be to move from an unproductive and anti-cultural nihilistic moralism to a creative and culturally constructive religious humanism. In his perspective, Frank adopted a personalist bias, echoing thinkers like Martin Buber and Max Scheler, which is evident, for example, in the resumptions of Kessler's thinking, which, in the face of experience of imprisonment and near death during the Spanish Civil War, would say that ethics and charity are not functions of social utility or feelings of class, but gravitational forces that sustain civilizations. This expression was emphasized by Frank, linking it to his own conception of the world, in which the spiritual and material intertwine, in opposition to the separation of the spheres of life, praised by modernity, and in particular for the Marxism to which Frank addresses his criticism in vacuum. Such a view would be matured in its political dimension and addressed in one of his last writings, The Light Shineth in Darkness, where he elaborates the reflection that there is a duality between the Christian creator and the Christian moral life that, however, is rooted in unity. That is, this universal principle of love. This duality is a dual unity of two
E segundo Frank,
Frank says this duality is a dual unity of two different forms of revelation or effective action of a principle, love. It illuminates the distinction between an inner being and outer activity, or between the inner order of the soul and moral behavior towards the world. We have thus that the Christian's moral life is divided into duality involving the essential radiation of love and the system of intentional actions guided by love, which Frank calls the politics of love. At first glance, this concept may sound like a Pharisaic pietism, he says, since such a combination of words would be a contradiction in terms. The unity of love and the instrumental rationality of politics. However, the spiritual, more deeply penetrating gaze discloses that the politics of love, both as politics and as love, is precisely that which the Christian conscience demands of us in our active relation to the world. Says Frank. This politics is centered in the responsibility and love for the neighbor. For Frank, responsible love inspires a policy focused on human needs. Political rights are also inspired by love of neighbor. Together with the grace of God's love, we have a responsibility to carry out the policy of love. Faced with the suffering neighbor, we have the obligation to build our actions by calculating their maximum concrete fruitfulness, taking into account the best practical fulfillment of the commandment of love in a given concrete situation in the world. The mediation that Frank seeks between the rationality of politics, the mediation that Frank seeks between the rationality of politics and the duty to love one's neighbor is in order for it to materialize in the collective sphere, was approached from another perspective, less metaphysical, like the Russians, and more supported by an Aristotelian, Kantian, and Christian view of the world. By Poole we care, when speaking of the duality presented in the notions of socius, the action of justice, and the neighbor, and the action of charity, when we isolate both of them from the social dialectic of the kingdom of God, we fall into deception, since just action needs charity in order not to fall into institutional coldness. And the action of charity needs justice to be carried out within the scope of socials. All of them are fragments of one charity. Frank Enrique starts from a personalist perspective, which we find in Milos, Havel, and Solzhenitsyn. Solzhenitsyn will also adopt an understanding of social and political processes from the integration of the different dimensions of human life, examining social phenomena as linked to individual ethics and individual spiritual life. While in his understanding history, he rejects any racial as well as abstract systems such as Hegelianism and Marxism. Solzhenitsyn affirms the primacy of individual ethics, thus approaching a form of ethical personalism, which Strycek calls Russian personalism, based on the value of each individual and the dignity of the human person. According to Solzhenitsyn, an individual's life is not always the same as society's. The collective does not always assist the individual. Each person has an abundance of problems which the collective cannot resolve. A person is a physiological and spiritual being before he becomes a member of his society. Guided by this view, Solzhenitsyn played the dual role of critic of the Soviet regime and, at the same time, of the Western materialism. Like Samuel Frank, Solzhenitsyn, also guided by a Christian humanism, adopting a perspective of understanding social and political process from the integration of different dimensions of human life, examining social phenomena as linked to individual ethics and spiritual life, and affirming the primacy of this. And from under the rubble, Solzhenitsyn resumes Vecchi's ideas, emphasizing their prophetic dimension and confronting them with the post-revolutionary situation of 1974. Vecchi Solzhenitsyn. Vecchi today still seems to us to have been a vision of the future. And our only cause for rejoicing is that now, after 60 years, the strain of Russian society able to lend its support to the book appears to be deepening. When returning to the question of intelligentsia, Solzhenitsyn points out to the problematic character of the term and proceeds to treat it as referring to those who classify themselves as belonging to this social extract, who call themselves or who demand to be named as intellectual. According to him, while the revolutionary intelligentsia was still guided by an integral view of the world and therefore by a faith, in 1974, it is an extract of the petty bourgeois officials who consider themselves to be members of a special layer. Says Solzhenitsyn. They are the semi-educated estate. This matters. Cynicism, the absence of values and humility, the self-deification, and the lack of any sense of beauty predominate. From this analysis, Solzhenitsyn elaborates a reflection on the life that supports and is supported by the intelligentsia. The topic of lying was also crucial for many of those who faced fascism and totalitarianism, such as Orwell, Milos, Havel, and Patočka,
entre outros.
Among others.
Agora a conclusion, esse tu fala, conclusion.
The conclusion. When he elaborates his philosophy of testimony, he points out that such a philosophy is linked to the question of the absolute, and this is a meaningful question, requiring a philosophy that claims to unite the idea of the absolute with an experience of the absolute. In the cases of Solzhenitsyn and Frank, their testimonies, in addition to the political or historical dimension they may have, invoke the problem of the absolute, a question that, of course, only makes sense if for conscience, the absolute creates meaning, as he says. What is common in Frank and Solzhenitsyn is that in both the experience of the absolute will be marked by the Christian humanism. Their descent before being political is spiritual in the sense of a relationship with God. Thus, both will approach the concept of a person insofar as they see individual conscience as a starting point for social and political relations. From this perspective, their diagnoses about society and history go beyond the limits of Russia, as both question not only the political ideologies, but the moral foundations of society, built by individually torn men separated from God as predicted by Dostoevsky. Solzhenitsyn and Frank try to show the destructive effects of, as Frank says, a conscience not illuminated by the light of Christ.
Sei, Frank.
Acabei de falar. In his speech at Templeton, Solzhenitsyn reaffirms the question of faith as essential for the maintenance of these two social ties and warns the West. If I were asked today to formulate as concisely as possible the main cause of the ruinous revolution that swallowed up some 60 million of our people, I could not put more accurately than to repeat. Men have forgotten God. That's why all of this happened. Solzhenitsyn, I say Solzhenitsyn. Both perspectives are conservative, if understood as recognizing the importance of cultural roots and traditions in the social tessitura of a nation's life. However, the two are far from the extremes of the left and right, since we're witnesses of the violence of those extremes. The greatest legacy to the contemporary world is rooted in the tradition left by Pushkin and Dostoevsky. The fact that social and political structures are permeated by the spiritual question, something that goes far beyond religion, as it concerns the condition, the same existential nature of man, which cannot be eliminated by materialism, whether of a liberal or communist color. The 21st century is characterized by dangerous ideological extremes and by the revival of speeches and practices that were striking in faces Nazism and totalitarian regimes. The characteristic of this new emergence of evil seems to be the same as that of the 20th century, as described by Frank. Ele falou, before the war, Nazism and like fascism before it was viewed with tolerance and even as an unexpected favor, and acquired followers convinced in almost all Europe. Faced with this danger, Samuel Frank's legacy for the 21st century may lie in his proposal. In a world that suffers from the politics of hate and from dreamy, irresponsible love, we must affirm the courageous Christian idea of the politics of love. This perspective that gives primacy to interior and spiritual life over politics is certainly Frank and Solzhenitsyn's most important warning, and it's here of Dostoevsky's testimony that emphasizes man's lack of faith and the existential and social consequences of it. Dostoevsky's testimony is prophetic since the perception of a visionary who assisted and participated in the emergence of the process of destruction of the faith, detecting that what would happen in the centuries to come. Frank and Solzhenitsyn's testimony is of those who have not lost their relationship of faith, their relationship with God, and their denunciation is directed against intellectuals who, enslaved by rationalism, fail to perceive the precedence of the spiritual in relation to the material. Above all, what Frank and Solzhenitsyn indicate is that spiritual captivity precedes and sustains political captivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So the next talk it's by Sir Robert Slesinski, Eparchy of Passaic, USA, and the title is Semen Frank, Believer and Panentheist. Please.
Okay. Can you hear me all? Am I being heard?
Yes.
Okay. Actually, the title is very different. When the invitation first came out, I did submit this title, but immediately I changed my mind. The title actually is I'm comparing Bulgakov, Sergei Bulgakov with Semyon Frank. There's an occasion I can even put a plug for my book from 2017. I have a book, a monograph on Sergei Bulgakov, the theology of Sergei Bulgakov. The portrait of his face is that famous non-sister Johanna Reitlinger, and the painting is in the private collection of the Yeltsinino family, Paris, France, and permission was given to use it on the cover of this book on Bulgakov. Well, actually, the book was written before then, but I have another on the philosophy of Semyon Frank, human meaning in the Godhead, and the portrait photo was done by his Frank's half brother, Lev Zak, and the portrait is part of the collection, private collection of Frank's priest grandson, Father Peter Explorer of Exeter, England. And he gave permission for the portrait to be used on the cover. Unfortunately, if we were all in Krakow last year, we would have met with Father Peter. During the course of the summer, come July, he was diagnosed with lung cancer, of which he died in September. Fortunately, he did get to see the entire book while it was online before it went to publication, and I'm very honored that Deacon Brandon Gallagher, one of the leading Orthodox theologians of England, wrote a wonderful postscriptum for his book on Frank. So with that, oh, and another note, I did contact Alexander Tsigankov about sending these books to Russia to be gifted to the Tula Orthodox Theological Academy. He said, do not trust Russian mail. I sent them to Sister Teresa Obolevich in Krakow. She got them in due time, and I presume she has already presented the book to the head of the Poole Orthodox Academy for their library. Well, that let me get to my paper. The esteemed intellectuals and fellow exiles S.M. Bulgakov and S.L. Frank were virtually lifelong friends, their lifespans basically coinciding. Even more interesting is the fact that their life journeys followed similar paths, from common religious upbringings, followed by youthful disbelief with the adoption of Marxism, only to reject it in favor of idealism, both sustaining the absolute dignity of the individual human person, with both returning to conscious religious observance and exuding moral solidarity in times of revolutionary and social crisis. Parallel life journeys notwithstanding, their lives did not always converge. For one, whereas Frank grew up among the privileged, coming from a wealthy Jewish family, his grandfather being a prominent Muscovite tea broker, Bulgakov, for his part, knew only poverty, growing up in the town of Livny in the province of Oryol, the son of a cemetery priest, a member of the clerical caste. As such, Bulgakov only had a limited educational horizon before him, virtually being limited to a seminaristic formation. Disenchanted with the seminary, Bulgakov was fortunate enough to pursue a secular education, excelling all along, finally matriculating and graduating from the University of Moscow in 1890. Like Bulgakov, Frank also matriculated at the law faculty of the same university in 1894, engaging in underground political activity. Given the university milieu of the time, it comes as no surprise that each embraced Marxism, yet disowning revolutionary activity per se in favor of legal Marxism, itself in short order being rejected by them in favor of an idealist worldview. Bulgakov and Frank, both not being overtly political by nature, did find their political mentor in Pyotr Bangardovich Struve, who was a co-founder of the Constitutional Democratic Cadet Party, which promoted political liberalism, to which both Bulgakov and Frank adhered, even if in time they were to distance themselves from politics. Importantly, all three were contributors to the three capital collections on social commentary at the beginning of the 20th century, namely Problems of Idealism, Landmarks, and Out of the Depths. For his part, Frank, in particular, was to distance himself from political activity, leading him to criticize his friend Bulgakov for his wartime Slavophilism and express Russian nationalism, in time also leading a certain rift with Struve in the emigration. Ever exacting in their intellectual endeavors, writing right up to the end of their lives, both authors had posthumous publications. In the case of Bulgakov, we have The Bride of the Lamb, 1945, The Apocalypse of John, 1948, and The Philosophy of the Name, 1953. In the instance of Frank, we have Reality in Man, of 1956, the biography of P.B. Trouvé, 1956, and God with Us, 1964, in Russian, the first being published during Frank's lifetime in English in London, 1946, and then in French in Paris, 1955. Just as impressive is their indomitable spirits in the face of agonizing death, both suffering personal Golgothas. Sergei Nikolaevich, inflicted with esophageal cancer, only to succumb to a stroke and its lengthy after effect on July 12, 1944. Semyon Ludvigovich, ailing and dying from lung cancer on December 10, 1950. Their close friendship and their intellectual collaboration on various projects in the first 2 decades of the 20th century notwithstanding, it may come as a surprise that there are no cross-references to one another in any of the work in the course of 4 decades of academic pursuit. Granted that Bulgakov moved on from philosophy to theology, flowering as a systematic theologian, and that Frank remained a consummate philosopher, the question still arises as to whether their respective orthodox worldviews could be so divergent at root that there is no consonance to be found between them. 2 bibliographical entries bear notice in this regard. First, there is a letter from Frank to Bulgakov dated October 30th, 1935, written at the height of the controversy over Sophia, 1935, in which he expresses his dismay at the censure of Bulgakov's teaching by Metropolitan Sergei Strogorodski in the Moscow Council, wishing to express his thoughts on the matter. He first acknowledges his own attachment to the Moscow Patriarchate, even if he is dissatisfied with its governance in Western Europe, surmising that one reason for the censure in Bulgakov's membership in an excommunicated church, expressing his own view that he did not see any discordance with Bulgakov's teaching on Holy Sophia in Orthodox dogmatics. He goes on to state that his first inclination was to leave the jurisdiction of the Moscow Patriarchate and to join that of Metropolitan Yevlogi, but that he had to rule this out on principle, finally stating, quote, "With old age, I wish to live in quiet with my God, and in this encounter renounce everything earthly," unquote. But secondly, there is another letter of Frank, this one to Emilat Borodina, a poetess theologian, of January 24th, 1945, written after the death of Bulgakov about him and their mutual friend Berdyaev. Frank, with them, I have been friends almost half a century, admitting their talent, but I have always considered their thoughts rather as certain absurd ideas than as truth. These thoughts did not help me. So, for example, I never could understand in the meaning of Bulgakov's sociology and the ideas of Berdyaev, which made him famous throughout Europe, for example, on social and political issues, and generally his rebellion, seemed to me, in their naivety and vagueness, almost the thoughts of a schoolboy. I do not feel any maturity and responsibility in them, which does not prevent me from accepting that he was a very talented and he has a very talented and lively mind, unquote. This remote passage being cited, one wonders whether one should expect to find shared philosophical intuitions between them beyond shared political and social views. The purpose of this essay is to indicate that there are profound similarities in Bulgakov's self-theology and Frank's metaphysics of panunity, the one and the other being the obverse and converse sides of the same coin. At the core and animating center of each thinker's worldview is an enthrallment with wisdom, personified in Bulgakov, in Sophia, and in Frank in the unfathomable. Most notably, one should take to heart the quotation from the biblical book of wisdom inscribed on Frank's tombstone. I loved and sought wisdom for my youth, perceiving that I would not possess her unless God gave her to me. In the same breath, no one can question Bulgakov's commitment to understanding the workings of wisdom in God's plan of salvation. As we also read in the book of wisdom, quote, "For she, wisdom, is the refulgence of eternal light, the spotless mirror of the power of God, the image of his goodness. And she, who is one, can do all things, and renews everything while herself perduring and passing into holy souls from age to age. She produces friends of God and prophets." From a philosophical standpoint, one commonality immediately presents itself, albeit in different contexts. They both begin their investigations stressing the reality and import of the knowing subject. In Frank's ontological perspective, expounded upon in The Object of Knowledge, as knowing subjects, we acknowledge ourselves as being enveloped within an all-embracing unity of being. In the epistemological enterprise, the knowing subject directly knows objects, knowledge, znania, necessarily being knowledge of an object, it being an existent independent of our cognition, poznania, of it. For its part, knowledge entails more than acknowledgement of the isness of an object, the fact that it exists, which is the point of departure for knowledge, but also the whatness of knowledge, that is a content of knowledge, which is the point of arrival of knowledge, existence and essence therefore being correlative terms. Existing objects of knowledge in some enjoy meaning in a known context in knowledge. Expanding upon this point, Frank stresses the fact that implicit to the knowing subject is an express consciousness of reality, or in other words, of the order of being. Being aware of ourselves as knowing subjects, we also acknowledge that we cannot but enjoy rootedness in being. And not just this, but that all the objects of our knowledge too are rooted in being, entailing a true unity of beings in the whole itself of being. Grasping the interconnectedness of everything in being, Frank arrives at his key metaphysical insight namely that there is an all-embracing unity of being that founds not only all our particular acts of knowledge, but our existences as such. With this acknowledgement, we come to live the truth of our being, at the same time proclaiming that we belong to being, not abstractly as in conceptual knowledge, but experientially we know being because we are being. Epistemologically expressed, that which is transcendent to us in knowledge, furthermore, is no less immanent to us in being. Given this ontological framing and grounding of the epistemological quest, we grasp how being holds primacy over knowing. The human being, as a knowing subject, not only apprehends him and or herself in everyday ordinary surface life, but truly deeper in the very depth of his or her being, at which time we truly enter into the of his her being, at which time we truly enter into the mystery of selfhood, each individual person enjoying an inner world unique to him or herself. In this way, we also come to understand how the fact of our transcendence entails both exteriority, that entails an unlimited expansiveness toward the world before us, and most importantly, interiority that knows unplumbed depths until it comes to hear the voice of God within us. The mystery of selfhood is likewise articulated in the writings of Bulgakov, but in the first iteration, in the context of an ontological appraisal of economic process. At first reading, his philosophy of economy may seem entirely disparate from Frank's epistemological investigation, but on closer look, there is much in common, analogously speaking, in these two works. If Frank expounds an ontological understanding of epistemology, Bulgakov does the same for the economy. Regard for the dignity of the individual human being, and not just the collective of human individuals, lies at the center of his reflections on the economic process. Not surprisingly, the activity of labor, trudovaya deelkomnost, gets his undivided attention insofar as it is precisely laborers who struggle with the elemental forces of nature and ultimately bring out the possibilities of nature for the good of humankind. The activity of the labor indeed affecting the very harmonization of nature, Achillavechenia Prirodi itself. Bulgakov then goes on to propose a daring thesis, namely that the two essential moments of economic process, consumption, podreblenia, and production, производство, parallel the very human biological processes of exhalation and inhalation, consumption in the world being a true communion in being, humankind and nature being truly at one with one another in active interrelation in being. In this fashion also, nature truly becomes man's peripheral body, nature never being divorced from the higher metaphysical reality of human beinghood, thereby indicating its own inherent Sophianicity and that of the economy as well. Nature and the economy in their Sophianicity, it must be stressed, are not focused on individual beings as such, but on humanity as a whole. Human economic activity being social by its very nature, society itself being a true whole in being, endowed with its own unique dignity. The world order itself, not being chaos, but a true cosmos, exemplifies in this fashion for Bulgakov divine workings for the ultimate good of humankind and the final transfiguration of the world and time. Cosmic order, in other words, bespeaks is divine presence, Holy Sophia, rendering this presence palpable so that it can illumine humankind in being. These words being said about Bulgakov and Frank being something in common between them, albeit from totally different angles, there is a matter of a concept that brings them together in a unique, namely, in a unique way, namely the philosophically rich notion of being in the world. On the one hand, we know we enjoy selfhood. We have an interior life and being that plunges us to our depths, yet at the same time remaining in the world of being beyond ourselves. On the other hand, we are marked by an exterior life, inextricably linking us to the world beyond us. We simply do not exist with the one without the other. Neither of our plaintiffs, as it were, would disagree on this matter. And ultimately speaking, they would agree that the full dimensions of both entirely exceed our cognitive grasp as beyond our conceptual knowledge, but most critically, not beyond our experiential consciousness. For Frank, our being in the world that is marked by boundlessness, both exteriorly and interiorly, places us before the unfathomable, an all-embracing being enveloping and penetrating us. But, Frank stresses, the unfathomable is no impersonal force. Indeed, if anything, it is suprapersonal, an all-embracing being who is always with us and for us. In other words, a self-revealing thou who grounds our very selves as personal beings. Indeed, in the very process of coming to knowing ourselves as selves, we have an inchoate, experiential sense of a personal absolute who speaks to us as thou, authenticating our existence. A lowly human standpoint, we can never properly conceptualize this personal absolute, this unfathomable, that is, speak about this vow, but can only properly speak to this vow, the very fact of which can only underscore the primacy of prayer in human discourse. Frank could not be more explicit on this point, noting how speaking about God in the third person is blasphemy. Indeed, in the context of prayer, Frank proffers a truly personalist panentheistic conception of the absolute as working in the world, the transcendent being truly immanent in it. Bulgakov is clearly of the same view. His discussion of a religio, the prime phenomenon at the root of any philosophy of religion in unfading light, unmistakably espouses a personalist casting of panentheism. Etymologically speaking, religio, from Latin religare, to bind, clearly refers to the bond that links the human with the heavenly. The experience of the human or human as finding its fruition only in relation to the heavenly, that is, God. It is precisely in religion that we come to know and celebrate the world in relation to God and God in relation to the world, grasping that there is indeed purpose or teleology in the created cosmic order. Explicating the phenomenon of a religion, Bulgakov observes how the human being strives to find fullness in being, and how religion precisely is an experience of the transcendent becoming immanent in the world around us, rendering religion itself intelligible. In this matter, Bulgakov and Frank are clearly at one with one another. They are not pantheists, as pantheism identifies all creation as identical to God. To the contrary, they are panentheists, who acknowledge that all creation belongs to God, the basic tenet of panentheism. Similarly, both show how the absolute, the utterly transcendent, is the totally unknowable of apophatic theology, but who in creation cataphatically becomes God for us. The Creator inhering in creation, with the Creator by the very creative act, putting his stamp of approval, as it were, on creation. The not of negative theology thereby becomes the yes of revelation. Looking inward, in the depths of our being, we not only commune with being in a privileged way, but also grasp our ultimate root in being, a personal God who speaks to us in our very souls, revealing the truth, goodness, and beauty of his very being, in which we essentially share, being created in his image and likeness. Being gifted with being, Bulgakov and Frank would both hold we partake of being, acknowledging at the same time the contingency of our being before the Godhead. Otherwise stated, we find ourselves standing before an ultimate thou about whom we dare not conceptualize, but to whom we can only humbly proclaim, thou art, a true exclamation of prayer. The very fact of partaking of the Godhead bespeaks the theophoricity of human being. Theophoricity, in turn, entails deiformity in human being. Extrapolating something of human dignity to creation itself, we readily grasp the Sophianicity of all creation at its roots as an embodied word of the Word of God. At the same time, we are forced to admit that in their very existence, sin and evil abound, indicating a certain anti-Sophianicity holding sway in the cosmic order against which all the forces of humankind must rally and go to combat. To Bulgakov's mind, this task is both Sophianic and theurgic. In other words, the creative activity of humankind in harnessing nature and combating evil must needs have the ultimate Sophianization Socialization of the created order in view, the true, the good, and the beautiful, enjoying the last say in the world. In this context, another commonality between Bulgakov and Frank comes to the fore. If for Frank, the experience of the immanence of God and the depth of the human soul is the key to unleashing the innate creative forces within the human person for the betterment of human society and the world order itself. For Bulgakov, in the very process of the transcendent disclosing itself as immanent in the human soul, what we see at the same time at work is the kenosis, emptying of the divinity itself, entailing the apotheosis of humanity. Christology, as it were, necessitating a relative and theological anthropology. A life of prayer brings out for both Bulgakov and Frank the best in humankind. For himself, Bulgakov is wont to cite the command of Saint Augustine, transcende e ipsum, go beyond oneself. The act of prayer itself putting this command into action. That is, by rising above ourselves, we join ranks with the Godhead in the perfection of human action in society and in the greater cosmic whole. To Frank's mind, the very apprehension of God in his or her image and likeness in the human soul no less attests to another paradoxical truth, namely discernment in God, something most akin to humanity. A word for both Bulgakov and Frank, the nearer we come to God, the nearer we also come to the whole of his creation. This is the ultimate paradoxical word of theological anthropology to us. Notably, the chief cited authority in this matter is St. Augustine. Both quote his command, transcende ipsum, the full quote being, go not outward but inward. The truth is within man. And where you find yourself limited, there, within yourself, transcend yourself, transcende ipsum. There are three other favorites of Frank. If I only saw myself, I would see thee. Videre me, videlim te. Another one, thou hast always been with me, but I have not always been with myself. And then, and I heard as the heart heareth, nor I had room to doubt, and I should sooner doubt than I live, than the truth is not.
2 minutes, okay? 2 minutes left, okay?
Oh, get my management. This positive word can only buoy the human spirit, but something else, a tragic reality in life obtains in life, namely evil. How can we account for evil in the Sophianic scheme of a metaphysics of panunity and goodness and being, which can only point to an absolute being, one in truth, goodness, and beauty? This is a perennial question haunting all reflection, but an especially troublesome one for Christian metaphysics. Neither Bulgakov nor Frank expansively expound the matter, but they do directly try to put a handle on it. For starters, the problematic of evil of its very nature defies all rational understanding. No one category can capture its essence, as it were. Next, they align their thoughts with traditional Christian metaphysics, subscribing to the thesis evil is a privation and being. Being itself is always true, good, and beautiful. As such, it is never marked by falsity, evil, and ugliness. These essentially negative marks never characterize being, whether in part or in its wholeness. Describing evil as a crack in panunity, Frank attempts to frame evil as a non-existent being and as a parasite on being, but always insisting that we can never explain or describe it. We can only experience evil, thereby suffering through it, looking straight in the eye, thereupon debilitating it. Bulgakov's own thoughts on the reality, or rather anti-reality of evil, parallel those of Frank. He pointedly stresses that in the end, only good triumphs. If there were any eternity of evil, even with the parousia of the Godhead would be permanently checkmated. Manichaean dualism would be the final governing principle, demarcating all being as either good or evil in permanent contradiction with one another. Like Frank, Bulgakov resolutely upholds the fact of the devil being good by his very existence. He even goes further to state that even the devil can earn final redemption with his anamnesis of his being created good before the fall. The promise of the resurrection of Christ is the promise of a final apokatasis, restoration for the whole of the angelic and human orders. In sum, a universal resurrection for all beings. I'll just skip my last paragraph to sum up both of their worldviews. The ontological foundation of any would-be universal resurrection immediately presents itself. God is love, and this truth cannot be confounded. Indeed, God as love is being, and it's being most. This is the last word bequeathed to us in the thought of both Bulgakov and Frank. So theology is a metaphysics of panunity in being, and their ultimate expression, and in their ultimate expression, they can be distilled as a panentheistic metaphysics of God with us. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the talk. And our next one is Tadej Rifel from St. Stanislav's Institution, Slovenia. And the title of his talk is Frank's Philosophy of the Divine Humanity. Please.
Okay, thank you. Do you hear me okay?
Yes.
And do you see my PowerPoint presentation?
Yes, also, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So, dear organizers, dear participants, thank you for the invitation to this conference and giving me the opportunity to talk to you at the end of this first day in our online conference section. In my paper, I will shed some light upon one of the main topics of Frank's philosophy, which is divine humanity. I prefer to use this expression instead of God-manhood. Firstly, I will say something crucial about Frank's own life experience. Then I will present two main sources for the philosophical understanding of divine humanity. In the third step, I will trace the meaning of the divine humanity in Frank's last work, Reality and Man. And lastly, I will give my own resume of the importance of that topic for philosophical anthropology and philosophy of religion today. So let me start with the fragment from Frank's intellectual history, which has always been a living knowledge, živo je znanje. At the age of 24, Frank had a deep spiritual experience that importantly changed his life. Apart of a mere impression, the philosophical influence was crucial. He describes the experience as follows, I quote, "On Yalta in the winter of 1901-1902, which I spent without any occupation, even without scientific work, devoted to reflection and contemplation, my spiritual life awoke in me for the first time. By chance, I came across Nietzsche's book, Also sprach Zarathustra. I was fascinated, not by Nietzsche's teaching, but by atmosphere of a deep spiritual life. That was also the point at which Frank began to break up his orientation towards the so-called Russian positivist-oriented intelligentsia. But why is that so important? When Frank later speaks about the religious experience, most directly in his book, God with Us, he speaks about truth which reveals itself only in the lively depth of the spirit. And he will try to describe what he discovered from the inner experience and what he perceives as the truth. What we have here and on many other places when Frank speaks about the divine humanity is therefore the inner experience of the human spiritual depth, which Frank in his own experience tries to understand, especially with the help of Christian revelation and tradition. As I put it elsewhere, especially of course in my PhD thesis, on the basis of Frank's own distinction, there is a strong connection between direct revelation of God in human soul and positive revelation of divine incarnation in Lord Jesus Christ. So when we speak about the divine humanity by Frank, we mean both, and also Frank himself distinguished so, the God-man Jesus Christ and potential divine humanity of every person and also of the whole human race. Now I go to the next point. These are two sources for Frank in his consideration of divine humanity. But firstly, something about prehistory. Frank used the word divine humanity early in his writings. Firstly, he wanted to emphasize the unity of Kantian concepts of transcendent and empirical reality. Opposite to Kant, Frank argued for the belief that the absolute spiritual values are embodied in earthly life and its means. This use of the term, as well as later, did not primarily have a theological background, but Frank, in all likelihood, found the notion of the divine humanity by Vladimir Solovyov, which, while a strong content, note certainly conveyed to him through the thought of Nicholas of Cusa, by whom the unity of God and man plays a key role. So let me start with the former one. For example, there is one very interesting Cusanus quote from his work De Conjuncturis, second part 14, where he speaks about the man. After Cusanus, humanity encompasses all things, so that man can proceed unto all things in a human way. It is also true for human relationship to God. Here is now this part of this quotation. I quote, "For man is God, but not unqualifiedly, since he is a man. Therefore he is a human God. Man is also world, but it's not contractedly all things, since he is man. Therefore man is a microcosm, or a human world. Therefore the region of humanity encompasses, by means of its human power, God and the entire world." So it is therefore clear that what Frank was looking for was a justification of divine humanity, and subsequently found this in Nicholas of Cusa. The reason can be seen from the central concept of the Cusan philosophy coincidentia oppositorum. The rationalisms of the monistic kind imagine God as a self-sufficient substance or a being that is self-contained. In contrast to this, God is with thinkers like Nicholas and after him Frank, rather, I quote, rather a river that includes man in itself from the beginning, so that one has to say, precisely in his pure divinity, he, God, contain an element or a potency of humanity, end of quote. However, this does not lead to a rationalism of the pantheistic kind. We heard that before in a previous lecture, because God remains God and this is not somehow placed in human nature or in nature in general. According to the explanations that Frank makes, especially in the unknowable, one can say, I quote here Peter Elan, according to this thinker, so Cusanus, we only grasp the true essence of God, says Frank, when we grasp the Creator in his unity with creation, in a unity that eliminates their difference and opposition. And quoting the Cusan treatise De Visione Dei, he writes, when our thinking has jumped over the wall of opposites, it arrives in the paradise of the collapse of opposites. End of quotation. Now we can go further on to Vladimir Solovyov. The term God-man, or its Solovyov philosophical extension into divine humanity, must have been known to Frank at an early stage of his philosophical development. Nevertheless, I am of the opinion that there has been a significant change in the relationship between the interpretations of divine humanity in Solovyov and Frank, as it is true of the philosophy of the two thinkers in general. They are spiritually very close to one another, also in the concept of divine humanity, but there is some distinction in the philosophical relevance of divine humanity for both thinkers. Frank testifies to this in the preface of the book already mentioned, The Reality and Man. He says so, I quote, this thesis, idea of divine humanity, by the way, resembles with all the differences in its justification and formulation on the fundamental religious philosophical intuition of Vladimir Solovyov. To my shame, I must admit that this relationship only became clear to me after the content described in the book had fully developed in me. End of quote. The last sentence in particular is truly amazing. I wonder why you can find the only quote from Solovyov, Lectures on Divine Humanity, very famous one, in the object of knowledge, so the first Frank's work, in which Frank nowhere else mentions divine humanity as Bagacheloviechestvo, or divine humanity as Bagacheloviechnost. Also in the unknowable, or most finally in The Reality and Man, where he deals with the subject in detail, there is no reference to Solovyov. Didn't Frank have Solovyov's works with him, or was something deeper involved? I'm now trying to give an answer to that. The problem is there isn't just one answer. One possibility would be that Frank deliberately wrote without claiming any Russian source, so Solovyov included, and instead, if at all, chose the German source, so the Nicholas of Cusa, which is closer to the Western audience. Secondly, that could also be a personal decision because, as far as I know, both thinkers were teachers for Frank, yet Nicholas had a greater influence on him. That seems like a very superficial answer to me. With a further, not necessarily better, answer, one could simply compare the terminology and find that Solovyov prefers to talk about divine humanity as Bagacheloviechstvo and Frank about divine humanity as Bagacheloviechnost. But this answer is also unsatisfactory because the terms are interchangeable in both authors. Nevertheless, the fact remains that with Solovyov, one always has the impression that with divine humanity, he represents a theological concept, also in terms of content, in a philosophical way. Whereas for Frank, at least at the beginning, divine humanity, according also to Peter Elan, is simply a code for the intersection of the absolute and of the concretely limited in man. In doing so, he took a term out of the tradition and only later actually gave it its traditional meaning. That's also connected with his conversion to Christianity, of course. We are dealing with a theological method by Solovyov and with a philosophical one by Frank, or better said, theological approach and philosophical approach. Even Frank himself thought Solovyov was more of a theologian and religious publicist than a philosopher. In this sense, there are some indications of his distancing from Solovyov. I would dare to say that the essential distinction can be found precisely in this difference between theology and philosophy. Solovyov wanted to preserve the theological or mystical heritage of the Church, the faith of his fathers, as he writes somewhere, and defend it with philosophical means. For him, divine humanity was a clear Christian affair. In this sense, he made a remarkable contribution to the convergence between theology and philosophy in modern era. On the other hand, Frank treated the problem primarily philosophically, and for this reason, among other things, finally converted to Christianity, as many of the ancient philosophers did. That was therefore neither an outward gesture nor just an act of faith, but rather the conversion itself, which also marks the development of his philosophy, because, I quote, in Christianity he recognized the fulfillment of his own deepest intentions, end of quote. So this is now the point where we can trace the meaning of the divine humanity in a short review of Frank's works. Frank uses the term divine humanity for the first time in the essay Outlines of a Cultural Philosophy from 1905. With it, he describes the creative role of humans in culture and also in religion. With the concept of divine humanity, Frank wanted to show that, I quote, the absolute values of the spirit are embodied in earthly life and its means, end of quote. With this, Frank also goes beyond the neo-Kantian cultural philosophy. The term takes up an idea by Fichte, whereby, as already mentioned, a direct influence from Solovyov in this earlier period of Frank's work is not possible. A year earlier, Frank had clearly expressed his thoughts on humanistic idealism in the essay Critical Idealism. There he follows Windelband and writes, I quote, if one understands by the term holy the embodiment of the totality of the ideals, the normal consciousness of the true, the good, and the beautiful, experienced as transcendent reality, then the person must be recognized as the only holy on earth, as the only absolutely holy principle to become. End of quote. That is the meaning of the earlier notion of divine humanity, namely the person or his consciousness is the point of intersection with the divine. We could now look into the main Frank's works, but for this brief presentation, I will only concentrate on the reality and man. Just to know, in Object of Knowledge and in Human Soul, there is no mention of divine humanity. There is a quite important there are quite important paragraphs in the Spiritual Foundations of Society, but the main explanation or the main interpretation of the term we find in the God with Us, in the Unknowable, of course, before that, and then at the end in the Reality and Man. So this final work, the Reality and Man, is really a profound confirmation of divine humanity as the main principle of Frank's philosophy. Only those who read Frank's work separately from his lived experience will see in the Reality and Man a distance from the experience of faith in the God-man, what was the topic, of course, in the God with Us. For what else is a metaphysics of human existence indicated in the subtitle of the work but the divine humanity of man? This is not only confirmed by Frank as a basic thesis in the preface, but is finally explained in the entire fourth chapter. Here, the phenomenology of the divine humanity from the unknowable comes to a synthesis with the experience of the Christian faith from the God with Us. It must be shown, that was also my thesis, that the divine humanity of man can only be properly understood from the experience of faith of the God-man. I just have to emphasize another thing at this point, the inextricable connection between belief in God and belief in human beings, which is mentioned in the preface to Reality and Man, could be called theanthropology, together with a good friend of Frank, Ludwig Binswanger. I find this term more appropriate for the context than the metaphysics of human existence, chosen by Frank himself, because it shows more clearly where its roots are to be found. This is also the basic thesis of Frank's anthropology as described by Peter Allen. I quote, "The reality that is revealed to man in his self-consciousness is divine human reality, which expresses both unity and difference between God and man. Therefore, strictly speaking, at this point in the reflection, we cannot speak of God, but rather only of unity with the divine." Or as Frank, end of quote, or as Frank himself put it in the above-mentioned preface to Reality and Man, I quote, "My basic thesis is the claim of the inseparable connection of the idea of man and the idea of God. That is the justification of the idea of divine humanity, in which I see the true meaning of the Christian faith." So let us now see what are the main emphases in the essential fourth chapter of Reality and Man. The chapter begins with the question, what is a man? And the subject of the fourth chapter is, of course, connection between, or relationship between man and God. The order is not unimportant. So firstly man and then secondly God, because the starting point is, as already indicated, not marked with the unknowable being of God, surrounded by an ultimately impenetrable mystery, but with the being of man that is closer and accessible to us. The analysis of what was already said in the first chapter of the book, summarized in the first section, shows how every person belongs to two different worlds. On the one hand, man is natural being, whereby he is seen as a part of objective reality, and on the other hand, in his being himself, he is also a part of reality, internally connected with it. Man is thus constantly divided between the world and God. According to Frank, however, this fundamental duality is not yet the duality inherent in human beings. The reality that the human being recognizes in his inner being and which should be his foundation is initially groundless and needs a justification. Frank's personalistic ontology is really to be understood as a deep insight into human being, where one encounters absolute being which has always been there. It is not an object, but at the same time not only something subjective, but reality itself. Frank emphasizes, I quote, "It does not confront us from the outside, but is given to us from within as the soil in which we are rooted and from which we grow out. This is a solid, self-asserting reason for its existence." End of quote. This is called God, to whom the following definition to this analysis follows. So, I quote, "This ultimate reason, the transcendent, central, and the supreme authority of human existence is, as we know, God." End of quote. Thus, it is clear to Frank that, I quote, "the bond with God is the defining characteristic of the essence of man himself." End of quote. The choice of words here seems important to me because it is not just about moving the starting point from man to God, because one cannot say anything definite about him anyway, but it is about the bond itself. Frank's thesis is as follows, I quote, "That which makes man human, the principle of humanity in man is his divine humanity." End of quote. The entire further discussion is devoted to the justification and explanation of this thesis. Interestingly enough, Frank first deals with God. This concept, so other way around now, this concept also appears differently in the idea of God, of divine humanity. Frank describes two basic characteristics of God as the transcendent reason that has already been mentioned. God is the source and center of reality. On the other hand, God also belongs, and this can only be said with a reference to divine humanity, to the sphere of reality, not in the sense of an individual, but as a penetration of reality as a whole. One has to be aware of this distinction, but again in a super-rational way and not in the sense of an abstract distinction. God is both transcendent and immanent to man. What Frank says at this point about the divine-human relationship is, in my opinion, a phenomenological masterpiece, and I have to quote a longer passage, but which is really important. I quote, "Man in his ordinary empirical nature, a simple and just man, is something lesser, more insignificant, and less valuable than what he truly is, as a self-knowing reality. And paradoxically, one can say he is human in contrast to animals, only insofar as he recognizes or at least feels vaguely how inappropriateness of what is only human in his nature is in relation to his true being. But that also means that God, who is transcendent to me, not only in the sense that he is outside of me, but also in the sense that he is different from me because he belongs to a different sphere of reality. God is to me in this transcendence deeply and intimately immanent and similar, because what I lack myself and what I only gain in it is in its potential form the deepest and most intimate being of my own self. Here too, I can only search and find final satisfaction in what I'm looking for, because I potentially have what I'm looking for right from the start. Yes, even more, I am what I'm looking for. End of quote. This is the tradition of true self-knowledge, which, however, goes beyond itself in the sense of depth. In Frank's opinion, this fact is also the core of the real meaning of transcendence, which, unlike Descartes and Kant, Augustine already spoke about. The transcendence is only found in immanence. I quote, "The essence of this transcending is that my own being cannot have anything other than a part of or member of being in general, which goes beyond its limits." End of quote. Transcending, which therefore finds a place in human existence, is not just a seat where everything secondary has its meaning, but also is a challenge to its spiritual life. This has an important implication for properly understanding of the idea of divine humanity. For it is not a third element next to God and man, but just its constitutive characteristic. From this perspective, God is defined as follows, I quote, "God is the unity, inconceivable in creation, of person and absolute objectivity, the good itself, the truth itself in personal form," end of quote. This idea has found its own expression in history, namely in the Christianity. And now I come to my last point. So seeing the contribution of Frank for today's philosophy. In God with Us, Frank states that human foundation of man is a divine humanity. Therefore, we have new understanding and new evaluation of human person. What lies behind this new idea should be seen as the main Frank contribution to contemporary philosophical anthropology and to the philosophy of religion. I make here 2 points. Firstly, it should be mentioned that what we said at the beginning, there is a central point of lively knowledge, živoje znanje, which is the same as religious experience of life itself. By this knowledge, as we know, the object of the knowledge or thought is present in our consciousness. There is no outer objectivity which would be independent from us. We cannot approach it just dull theoretically because we have it before we think about it. That is why this experience-based knowledge is not just something subjective or relative. We experience it on transcendent level. Why is this so important? Because of the fact, underlines Frank, when we have such an experience and we meet with its reality, we are unquestionably aware of. We are also aware that this reality is everywhere present and, most importantly, that its being is absolutely necessary. Denying it would be absurd, concludes Frank. So the idea of deity or divinity cannot be separated from the concrete experience. Not only that this light kindles for the first time in the experience, but the idea itself is part of the same experience. And this brings me to my second point. God as such does not exist. After Frank's deep phenomenological analysis already in The Unknowable and also in God with Us and in the Reality and Man, the essence of God is the unity with man. If we can think God, then God must be such an object for us as we just described it. First, we have unity of divine humanity. Only then we have the idea of God and man. This is something what modern understanding of humanism would hardly take for granted. That is the reason why Frankian approach is so important alternative for humanistic utopia. And lastly, I said 2 points, but I have 3. I want to shed light upon the method of the anthropological approach if I again borrow the term from Binswanger, only appropriate theological language for Frank, already underlined in the unknowable, is the language of praying. We heard that already today. So instead, classical metaphysical method, we have contemplative one. I think this point is not only a pious one, best known to every religious person, but also very philosophical one. Let me quote one passage from Solovyov Anthology, edited by Frank himself, first published 1950 in London, which could not be understood properly without some kind of mystical experience and knowledge out of it. So I quote, "It is obvious that in speaking of man or of humanity as eternal, we do not mean the natural man or man as an empirical fact. We have neither the need nor the right to limit man to the given visible reality. We are speaking of the ideal man who is not any less concrete or real, indeed is uncomparably more concrete and real than the visible manifestation of human beings. There lies, with our own selves, an infinite wealth of content and power hidden beyond the threshold of our present consciousness. Only a certain part of it crosses the threshold, never exhausting the whole. In the words of an ancient poet, it is in us and not in the stars of heaven or in the depths of Tartarus that the eternal powers of the cosmos dwell." End of quote. This mystical foundation of man, mostly described by Frank as divine humanity, is what I think the Philosophia Perennis, so the perennial or eternal philosophy, that has the potential, especially as non-academically discipline, but as truly living knowledge. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much for the talk. And now on the end, we have some time for a discussion. So if anyone has any questions or some thoughts you would like to share, you're welcome.
So there must be very many questions. I'm just since I noticed that no one else was coming forward, I thought I would just begin my discussion. But first of all, I would just like to note that it's a great privilege to have presented on this panel, because all of the papers were really quite remarkable and very good. All of them were very, very impressive.
Yes.
And so it was very good company. So thanks to all of the fellow panelists and for putting so much work into your papers. They were all just remarkable. So I mean there are very many common themes, many points of discussion. I'll just begin with, I guess, the one that is one of the most obvious because it surfaced in the very last presentation. I really found that paper very stimulating and interesting and very well done. Tadier's paper, is that am I pronouncing it your name correctly? Tadier, is that right?
Tadej.
Uh-huh. A question that emerges from your paper is, this very perplexing issue of Frank's familiarity with Solovyov, because his conception of Bogocheleviechestva is strikingly similar in many points to Solovyov. So he almost seems disingenuous in the preface to Reality in Man, where he writes, as you pointed out, that he recognized the similarity only after he had written it up. in Reality and Man. That seems almost hard to believe that Frank was immersed in Russian philosophy and intellectual life for 50 years before he wrote Reality and Man. And of course, Solovyov was one of the most important sources and influences in Russian philosophical life during those 50 years. I mean, it seems, virtually inconceivable that he did not know or even know well Solovyov's main concepts, including Bogochelowieczyzna, before he wrote Reality and Man. I myself can't really believe it. That leaves us then with that statement in the preface. Is he really being disingenuous in writing that? Which is a hard thing to say to such a great man, Semyon Frank. I mean, it's the sort of accusation that one wants to shy away from and try to understand in other terms than that he was being disingenuous. There's also the issue that just this time he was preparing an anthology of Solovyov's writings for which he wrote the preface. So it really is perplexing, the statement in his preface that he didn't recognize the similarity until after he had written up the book. So that's one way of approaching it. Another way of approaching this vexing matter, in the way I think that you suggest today, is that divine humanity or Bogochelowieczyzna is, of course, a very deep current running throughout Western Christian thought. In important respects, the concept begins with the Council of Chalcedon, and it's certainly there in Nicholas of Cusa. And so I suppose it is plausible that Frank's intellectual world was more steeped in Western thought than in Russian thought. But it is certainly a vexing issue.
Yeah, should I give a short comment?
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes.
So as far as I know from my research, that's of course just my thesis. I think that Frank deliberately wanted to stay philosophically as far as it is possible. And he was not dealing with the concepts that were primarily theological ones, but somewhere, or definitely at the end of his life, he recognized in this, because there's a problem with this word in English. It's a problem. It's not a problem in Russian, of course. Also in my mother language, Slovenian, it's not a problem. We have two different words. And I think that Frank's interest was more on the Bogochelowieczyzna, that means personalistic view of our divine humanity. So as a person connected with God, that was main interest for him. Whereas by Solovyov, I see more this. I do not agree that this, of course, this was all culminating with the theosis and apokatastasis and I don't know, with the divine humanity of Christ. This was all over the place in antiquity, late antiquity, and then in Middle Ages. But Nicholas of Cusa, firstly, on the threshold of modern era, first he sees the importance of our divinization again. So it's not, it's not only Jesus Christ who is God-man, but we are called, as Saint Athanasius said, God became man, so the man became, we say in Catholicism, holy. But of course, in Orthodox faith, you have that we become gods with a small letter. And I think that the Solovyov was the first or the main representative in the in the modern era that emphasized the importance of the whole humanity. So Bogachelaviechество, that we go towards God, so that we became universal church. So his, I would say, method or his task was different. I would say more theologically oriented than of Frank. But of course, I said it's amazingly that in the last work that we then read in the preface that he didn't know that. That's also for me. It's I cannot believe, because we have, of course, also in this anthology of Solovyov, we have a chapter of God and Man, and this is the same year it was published. It's quite amazing that this connection was not seen before Frank. But my answer would be, or my thesis would be, Frank deliberately wanted, let's say, to stay independent in a sense of this, main Russian line, and wanted to go phenomenologically, or I don't know, personalistically, in the same direction, but with the different goal. But at the end, he saw, we both were dealing with the same reality. Of course, he knew it earlier, but with Bogachelaviechество and Bogachelaviechnost, it is a kind of a mystery, also for me.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there someone else who would like to ask something or share with us? Yes, please.
My name is Son. Another difficult name, probably for the people speaking English. I want to continue this topic because it's very interesting. I wrote a dissertation on Berdyaev, and it was called Person and Communion, the Political Theology of Nikolai Berdyaev. So I appreciate very much the connection that Poole make between personalism and communion. It cannot be divided. You cannot understand personalism without this Tao, without this relationship. And we spoke in the previous, there was a discussion in the previous panel about the sign, about sign as a connection between two worlds and also as a limit, and so on and so on. But I want to say one word about Solovyov and Frank. I find perplexing also that Frank says that about Solovyov, that he didn't understand Solovyov's Bogachelaviechество. When I understand this concept, when I found one quotation of Silesius, which is 2 centuries, I think, after Cuza, which explained to me at least almost everything. And this quotation was the simple line, I know that God cannot live one instant without me. And then the continuation, were there no thou and I, then God is no more God, and heaven falls from the sky. So if you start to think about this, the first phrase, the second is clear. This is the again, personalistic relationship. But if you start to think about this, I know that God cannot live one instant without me. And this was known very well and was worked by Berdyaev. I'm sure that he discussed these things with Frank and with in the circle. You can reach very, very far. It's a dangerous, on the first sight, concept. I know that God cannot live one instant without me, but it shows dignity, the human dignity. It shows the primary of personhood, and it shows the primacy of Christ, God-man. You know, maybe here is the I find this phrase very, very interesting. And the second thing which I want to say is that I enjoyed very much the connection between you did between Frank and Solzhenitsyn, and also between Frank and Bulgakov. And what part of your connection I like is that personalism and this metaphysics that is discussed now almost 4 hours or in Russian philosophy, and should be, I try always to keep in mind, is a very practical and very down to earth. We don't speak about German idealism or abstractions. We speak about concreteness. And every time when we discuss A plus B, A, B, and so on, so this metaphysics or symbolism on all this stuff, in Russian, in my understanding, in Russian philosophy from this period, we discuss political realities, social relations, and we discuss also real lives, suffering. Some of the group of the people who were there died, some disappeared, some were killed, concentration camps. This is a very realistic metaphysics, very down to earth, and I'm sure that Professor Bubayer, did I say the name
Yes.
well?
Yeah, that's right.
He
Bubayer.
knows. He wrote an excellent book on Frank as political realist, the political realism of Semen Frank. So in this metaphysics, I just want to say that we have a lot of realism. It's a prophetic realism. It's the realism of the prophet who speaks something that many people probably understand but don't listen or don't want to listen because they're engaged with other or different reasons. It's a metaphysical, it's a prophetical, and it's very realistic and very down to earth. I noticed in Frank a few years ago when I read him, and I am finishing, I noticed that he spoke well before Reinhold Niebuhr, the American representative of Christian realism, about the constant conflict between anarchy and tyranny, and a lot of political stuff that is with 2 centuries, with 2 decades after Russians appeared in the Western discussion, and this kind of Christian realism was we find it in Russia, in Dostoevsky, you find it in Zamyatin, in this communist utopian writings. So this is what I wanted to say in a very confused and quick way. Thank you. Thank you very much for the presentations. I enjoyed very much everything.
Your comments are very interesting, Sancho. No need to apologize at all. Very, very rich. And it's nice to to virtually meet you. I know you by reputation, so it's good to see your face.
I know you, most of you by reputation. I don't know that I am known for anybody of the company, but anyway, I'm very happy to see you in live.
So just a very quick response to one of your points. in fact, Frank, in Reality and Man, makes that very same point from Silesius, and he kind of, he's very careful about it. He wants to make sure that there's no misunderstanding, but he says exactly that, that God cannot exist without me. And he knew Silesius, so.
Do you remember the book where he says that exactly?
Yeah, it's in Reality and Man, in the book that Tadej and I have been talking about.
Good.
Thank you very much. There is one question from Miss Katia. I have to say Mendonça. Hopefully I.
Pergunta para esse, para quem? Para ele e para ele, para os dois.
She's asking, hello. Firstly, we want to thank you all for this space and for all your texts.
Para agradecer a Karolina.
We want to thank Karolina and
a todos, né?
And to everyone. And Katia wants to ask to Mr. Randall about and to Tadej if they found any relation in Frank's thought about and in Frank's thinking and Soloviev thinking about the Antichrist that is present in Soloviev.
Existe, se eles encontraram.
If they found any relationship between the Antichrist present in the Soloviev thinking and Frank's texts.
Interesting.
Eles encontraram no pensamento de Frank a questão do
in Frank's
Cristo.
The question of the Antichrist.
No pensamento de Frank, é isso.
As there is this question in Soloviev thinking.
Não.
É isso que eu perguntei, se tem a mesma relação. Can you understand?
Yes, we understood. Yeah. Tadej, do you want to respond to that? Do you know that?
I just know that in God with Us, there is, I think, a couple of times it comes forth. I'm not sure now if directly the word Antichrist, but I know that the logic is because, in Soloviev you have this very pessimistic worldview, but, now 120 years later, we see in some ways, as by Nietzsche, it's also very realistic. But in Frank, I think there could be some passages that this may be pessimistic, because I understand that so, in a philosophical sense, when Antichrist, this is religious, of course, religious language, but when you have this pessimistic worldview, or just be aware of that some I don't know, some kind of ideologies will come who will be at the top, and they will doing against the humanity itself. But I didn't read all the Frank's articles about from the communistic so for the beginning of the century of the 20th century, and I think also in the spiritual foundations of the society there could be also some kind of this, but I'm not sure. So that was my answer, which was clearly not the good one.
I agree. I mean, I would say that I don't know that I myself do not know that there is any explicit reference by Frank in his writings to that famous short story by Solovyov at the end of his life on peace and universal progress and the story of the Antichrist. I don't know of a reference. I would add, however, that Solovyov's and Frank's approach to evil was rather different. Frank's approach is quite philosophical, if that's the way to put it. You know, he argues in his late works that theodicy cannot be rationally solved, and that the evil in the world does not shake his conviction in the reality of God. He says that God is a self-evident reality. It's the surest thing that we know, the reality of God, and that evil doesn't diminish that reality. And there's not in Frank's writings, he doesn't have a personal feeling for what might be called ontological evil in the way that Solovyov does late in his life. For Solovyov had visions of, you know, evil personified. That's not Frank's approach at all. So I don't think that there's not an explicit reference that I know of, and their philosophical approaches or understandings of evil are quite different. Father Bob, do you have something to add on that point?
Yes. Frank, like Bulgakov, they don't say a lot about evil because they say we can't. We have to enter it. We have to suffer it, but we can't explain it because it's a blasphemy.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you for the question.
Maybe, I don't know, Tadej is raising his hand.
No, the problem of evil, this is in the unknowable, is the whole chapter dedicated to it. But I don't think so that it's connected, of course, also with Antichrist. But it's about the evil. I totally agree. It's a different approach, but you have a lot of saying from Frank about the nature of evil. It's of course a very hard topic, but Frank is one of the few philosophers that I know that goes with this with his philosophy into that question. And another thing that I wanted to say is about Silesius. So this quotation, because if you heard me very clearly, I put it one sentence which is totally problematic in my paper. And I said there is no outer objectivity which would be independent from us. So saying something like that, that's, you know, for the modern or postmodern, it could be interesting, could be also positively acknowledged. But on the other hand, what I meant is exactly the sense what we see in Silesius with this microcosmos, which is, so the whole world is human world. And that is also what Nicholas of Cusa says. Also, our relationship towards God, towards others, is humanistic one. It should be humanistic one. It cannot be that there's an entity which is totally independent from us. No way. So that's something what Frank also recognizes in this mystical. I said at the end mystical, or even we can say it also with the contemplative approach. And I think this is something what we also, yeah, I would say need today to overcome this this utopia of humanism. Thank you.
Yes, Father Slesinski ist. Your microphone, you have to turn it down.
Okay, I have to say I so appreciate having you pronounce my last name correctly in Polish. In this country, we call it Slesinski. We use the Russian pronunciation. If we did try to say it in Polish, it'd be so misspelled all the time, and nobody could pronounce it. Bad enough the Russian pronunciation, let alone the Polish. But the comment was, I was interested. We're talking about personalism, and there's reference made to Berdyaev. Now, the conceptions of personalism between Frank and Berdyaev are totally different. And it was interesting that the very first paper this morning was a comparison between the thought of Frank and Jacques Maritain. And Maritain was a friend of Berdyaev, but he absolutely opposed his conception of the person. Berdyaev is like Shestov. They're voluntarists. That's why Sartre and Camus, the existentialists, adored Berdyaev because freedom precedes being. And we've been talking about the primacy of being, that we know being, we only know in being. And they put freedom before being. And there is the God before the absolute, before the Godhead. That Berdyaev will speak of. Freedom is more important than being. And
yeah, that's
so
right.
we have very great discrepancies about the meaning of the person in Russian thought alone, reflective of what was going on in France at that time.
Yeah.
If I could, there's just a point of historical information here that that some of you may know and some may not, but it's really very, very interesting. And that is that there's a lot of historical scholarship being pursued right now on the history of human rights in the immediate post-war period. And it's the Maritan's connections to the Russian emigre community, and Berdyaev in particular, have received some attention as a result of Maritan's influence in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He was an important intellectual architect of the Universal Declaration. Maritain, had chaired the UNESCO working group on the philosophy of human rights. And it's in 1940, I believe, that Maritain, for the first time, makes the connection between his own Thomistic personalism and human rights. And it's conceivable that he made that connection as a result of his immersion in the Russian emigre community, and of course his wife was Russian. So this is historically, this is pretty significant, that there may well be an important connection to Russian religious philosophy and the formulation of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and the specific connection is through Maritain and also Sergius Hessen, who is a Russian-Polish philosopher of education. So, Sancho.
This is the book of which you speak. It's a Christian Human Rights by Samuel Moyn.
Indeed, yes, indeed. Right.
A few years ago, Berdyaev mentioned only once, and there are no other Russian author. So this book is partly the reason to be so engaged with Russian philosophy and theology, because the West doesn't know the wealth of this tradition, this religious Renaissance generation. And I think that it's my duty. I feel it like my duty, and probably it's your duty too. You feel it the same if you work to it's not only Maritain, John Paul II also has this Russian influence in his personalism, and it's I think that there is need work a little more work, or probably a lot of work, just to unbury this Russian treasure of intellectual, and to show the influence on the development of human rights idea in 20th century that we speak. And because the Russians actually give a very, Bulgakov, for example, Father Slesinski, he knows very well. He, in his early works, when he criticizes the Marxism and materialism, he very well formulates the difference between Christian humanism and secular humanism, or Marxist humanism. This understanding is still not well understood in the Western world. No, not only in the Western, but in general. It is understood in Christianity, in the Christian environment, but in generally, that's why I saw one scholar. They organized, by the way, conference on Bulgakov in September in the Fribourg University. So there is a need to translate these scholars at not exactly on the Russian theology and philosophy, but there is need to translate this Russian theology in a language that could be understood by the secular point of view. I think that there is need for work on this subject.
Thank you. It's a very interesting discussion. Yeah, please.
Another observation. We've spent hours talking about personalism, but we haven't had a paper on Frank's social philosophy. They're certainly linked, but we haven't. That's a dimension of his thought that hasn't been discussed in its subordinates, общественность, and another conference.
I want to say so the place where you can find a very good treatment of personalism, we, Tao, I, of Frank, is Religious Foundations of Society, 1925. There is a good discussion on this. At least I know this book. Maybe there are many others, but this is what I know exactly on the topic.
We have two persons lifting their hands. First, maybe Arthur Zijlstra. Your microphone.
Yeah, Zijlstra is the difficult pronunciation. I'm from the Netherlands, and my family came originally from the province of Friesland. So it's a real Frisian name. So in response to Robert Slesinski, I would like to add that for the previous year, I prepared a long PowerPoint presentation on the social philosophy of Semyon Frank, and especially on his view of social differentiation, because he has a very positive appreciation of that. And that's rather unique in the hemisphere of Russian religious philosophy, because of the influence of Romanticism. There is a tendency to interpret social differentiation as a kind of fragmentation, because it's all about unity, all unity. And I think one of the explanations for that might be the personal experiences of Frank after he was expelled from the Soviet Union, and then later on from Hitler Germany, and finally found a refuge in London, and experienced there a free society and also a free civil society. So probably if you organize once upon a time a conference or a seminar upon the social philosophy of Frank, I would love to participate and do my presentation. And then I have a question to Karolina, because for me it's really a pity that the presentation of Vincenzo Rizzo was skipped. And my question is, will she be in one of the next sessions tomorrow or the day after tomorrow?
No, no.
Okay, that's a short but clear answer. Thank you.
And the next one is Frederic Martin. Yeah.
Hello, I hope you can hear me. Sorry, I've had to step in and out of the conference today, so my apologies to everybody. I'm an independent scholar working out of Ottawa, and I just, because I heard people mentioning social philosophy in this context, I couldn't help but resist stepping in just to mention that, and without specific reference to Simon Frank, but generally with the I guess the movement of Russian religious philosophy, especially as it kind of developed in exile overseas, I can't help but mention a major figure in 20th century social science who's been almost forgotten, who is Piterim Sorokin. And I have actually contributed now to these conversations, written volumes. I just haven't been able to make it to Kraków, unfortunately, in recent years. And I'm hoping to change that and join you before very long. But if we do talk about social philosophy in this context, I think it would be very useful and productive to look at how Sorokin managed to somehow bridge, in a sense, for a little while, traditions coming out of Russian religious philosophy and the American social sciences. It is quite a remarkable story. It didn't really take a hold, although there is obviously ongoing scholarship in the United States and around the world, focusing on Sorokin's contribution and maybe some ideas going forward. But specifically regarding some of these themes that we're touching on, these Frank Sologovian themes, I think it's important to note that Sorokin developed a theory of integral social science, meaning he was taking ideas which I think are very much based on the concept of sjedinstva. He wrote in English mostly in the mid-20th century about this idea of an infinite manifold being the ultimate reality. And here I think, again, he was drawing very heavily on many ideas. In his social and cultural dynamics, he goes into great detail and eventually develops this in the later part of his career in a big study about altruistic love and its role in solving humanity's problems. So anyway, just a comment. It's really maybe not on, fully on point because I haven't yet found a solid connection between Sorokin and Simeon Frank. I mean, we know that Frank was associated also with Nikolai Lossky. Lossky and Sorokin knew each other. Sorokin hired Lossky to contribute to one of the volumes of the social and cultural dynamics. He managed to send some of that grant money to his exiled colleagues. But it's kind of a very interesting story. I think it's a story that needs to be looked into more, researched and developed. So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there someone else who wanna share something or ask? No? Okay, so yeah, is there someone? No.
So in a response to Frederic's intervention just a while ago, it would be, I think, interesting to find out the connection between both Frank and other religious philosophers, but especially Sorokin, on the concept of modernity. Because a couple of years ago, I was reading some of the publications of Hans Joas, one of the most famous German social scientists of the moment. And Joas developed the thesis, or develops the thesis, that the concept of modernity and modernization was invented by the American government in the post-war period, and the American government invited Talcott Parsons to develop a concept of modernization that could counter the communist ideology in the period of the Cold War. So especially for this guy of Sorokin, it might be very interesting to analyze his thought, because he is somewhere in between Russia on the one hand and the United States on the other hand. And also the broader question, how do these Russian philosophers relate to the experiences of modernity, modernization, secularization, rationalization, and so on?
Thank you very much.
Just in order, on the subject of Sorokin, I have one of his books here, and then in the index he has 2 references to Semyon Frank.
Okay, so is there anybody else who wants to ask something? No? Okay. So thank you very much for today. I invite you to join us in the next 2 days. For those who cannot, I invite you next year to Kraków. The topic will be the neo-patristic synthesis, new perspectives. And the topic is new figures and new interpretations of the neo-patristic synthesis, Florovsky or Losky or others. So, okay, thank you very much, and all the best to you.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure.
Yes, thanks so much. It was a great day, actually. Thank you.
Thank you
Thank you very much. Such a pleasure to finally meet. Bye-bye.
Bye.